Good.
Great. I mean, it can be like that. Not visible in the picture. Sorry.
How are you? Doing good.
I realized I haven't set up a voicemail on my phone.
Oh, yeah.
And people call and
Just updated mine, so like yesterday, so it no longer says.
Probably not such a bad thing.
somebody tried coming in like, oh, I'm in a meeting. Go to voicemail. I'm like, oh, I don't have voicemail.
I just realized I forgot my computer. I forgot my regular computer, so I got the work. Stupid. Oh well. Make it work.
You're live.
Okay, can you hear me? Go ahead and get started this afternoon. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate those that are online as well. We have our work session scheduled here at 4 o'clock, November 18th, 2025. Kate, who's going to be in charge of that?
Probably Josh.
Josh?
Janet?
So I'm going to introduce it a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it over to Janet to kind of talk about the legality of some of the things that we've kind of found and discovered.
Is that my cop?
I think so.
I can't feel it. I can't hear myself either.
The green light's on.
It's hot. I'll turn it up.
Usually people don't have a hard time hearing me. Is that,
Try now.
Is that better?
No.
No.
Don't worry. Device to recording. Okay, try now.
All right. Is that better?
Yay.
Okay. So about 2 years ago, Matt Wilkinson submitted an application to pull the Wilkinson family's property out of Phase 9 of the Cottonwoods. There was a planning commission public hearing that was held, and there were quite a few people from the Cottonwoods that came out. After that meeting, we were discussing with Matt some solutions, and the Nettletons stepped up and have been working with the Wilkinsons on a land swap. So pulling the land that of the property owners that don't want to be in the Cottonwoods out and putting land back in as a land swap. Janet and I have been looking at the development agreements quite extensively, and she's got some legal ideas of why allowing the Wilkinsons to pull out of the Cottonwoods is a good idea, and then allowing for the land swap would address the open space issues and things like that that would be lost from pulling that land out. So that's kind of the stage for why the Nettletons are presenting some ideas to you tonight and going through a work session. It's in preparation for their public hearings when we bring it forward to the Planning Commission and then to you, the County Commission. So I'll turn it over to Janet, and she can.
So when did this happen? 'Cause I don't
the
remember
application
it.
is fairly old, and it's been kind of sitting there while the Nettletons and the Wilkinsons have been working through this. It's been probably almost 2 years.
They came in and we heard this once.
Planning Commission.
Oh, the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
All right. Sorry.
We didn't bring it back to the county commission because of how many people came out to the planning commission meeting, and then we were trying to work through some solutions for them. And so this is kind of one of those solutions. But then I'll have Janet kind of speak a little bit to you.
Okay, Janet. Then.
So, in looking closely at this and doing some research, the property involved is subject to that old development agreement, the Cottonwoods Development Agreement, as well as the rezone Cottonwoods PRUD that is an ordinance contained within our code. Now, the development agreement was entered into with the developer. And at that time, the developer had signed, I think, a purchase agreement that he was going to purchase the property from the Wilkinsons in phases. I believe he purchased the first 4 phases, and then things happened, and there were issues there. The legal issue I see with this is that the property owners never signed the development agreement. And now their land is subject to that development agreement, even though they didn't sign it. And there's a legal theory called the statute of frauds. And if you don't sign it and you're the property owner, county can't enforce it against you. So they're not a party to the development agreement. Now, I don't see an issue with the property being put into the rezone Cottonwoods PRUD ordinance, because that was subject to a public hearing and anyone could come and object. However, we do have an issue with the development agreement. So the solution I think that they've come up with since 2 years ago of swapping out land, pulling that property, they're going to have to amend the ordinance and then also amend the development agreement to get that property out, put the other property in, and I think they've come up with a pretty good solution where it's pretty equal acreage. And then I think they have some nuanced ideas as far as how they want to deviate from what is in the development agreement as far as other things like building and things like that. But it's my understanding that they'll maintain the same open space issues. And so it's my recommendation that legally we let them out of that development agreement or amend that development agreement, because I just don't think that was done properly when the county entered into that development agreement. There should have been either the property owners signing the development agreement with the developer or a separate document where the property owners were stating that, yeah, we agreed to this, developer gets to enter into this for us. So that's my legal spiel.
Okay, thank you.
Do you prefer us to go up to the?
Well, either that or we need to pull the mic and let you talk into it
Wait.
sitting there. Oh, there
this
is?
one- Is this okay?
Oh, okay,
Can
yeah,
you hear
we're
him?
good then.
Do you want to pull it?
Well, it's just, Kate's gonna drive.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, my name's Heidi Nettleton. This is my husband, Ray Nettleton. We've been working with the planners, with Josh, and also with the attorneys, mainly Janet, to kind of come up with a solution for some of these things. It's a little more than just the quote land swap, but we represent the landowners in phase. So in the Cottonwoods development, we represent the landowners in phase 6 and phase 9, and then the landowners to the east, Morgan County Cottonwoods LLC. That's my family. Phase 6 owners are up here, the Pliers. They're under the Turkey Flats and Max Wilkinson. And then phase 9 is Ted Taylor and the Mark and Sheila Wilkinson Family Trust. So the Mark and Sheila Wilkinson Family Trust is Matt, represented by Matt here, and he's here today. So the goal is to provide a more comprehensive and combined plan for our properties in the Cottonwoods development. Okay, go ahead. Switch. Okay. So the proposed changes are in the Cottonwoods development, the PUD, the overlay zone, and then an amendment to the development agreement. So we brought a laser pointer, but it doesn't seem to work. So maybe Ray can.
Pointing, that is a touchscreen.
Oh, it is. Okay, so don't touch it. So Ray will just kind of show you exactly where we're talking about. So
So this dark dotted line is the original Cottonwoods development agreement. So ignore this. This is phase 6, which is undeveloped, and this is phase 9, which is undeveloped. This is also phase 9.
So the land that Matt originally actually came, I think they've been working on it for 2 years, but I think he actually came like a year ago, last December, if that's right, Matt, to in front of the council. So their land that they would like to pull out is in the, and we can go over this further, but it's that red hash area. And then the land to put in is the green, but we have another map for that, so go ahead and.
So this yellow, this is basically all developed except for this right here. This is phase 8. Just so you understand, we're not representing anything to do with phase. I touched it.
Nope, no name.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and go to the next one. We'll try and get through these as quick as possible. I know you guys only have an hour. So just a real brief history on the Cottonwood area. So the original developer was Gardner Development. He proposed the plans. It's totaling 1,036 acres. So this was back in 2006. This also included the Cottonwoods PUD zone ordinance. So there's the development agreement and then the ordinance, the zone ordinance. So phases 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 were under purchase options, but they expired in 2011. Phases 6, 8, and 9 were sold to others. This kind of created the complication that Janet spoke to. The Wilkinson Family Trust is part of that phase 9. They wish to have their land removed. During that time, we were talking to all the owners for water infrastructure. So this is how it kind of got created this. So the property to the east was originally contemplated, my family's land was originally contemplated back in, my dad decided he didn't want to do that at that time, but 20 years have passed, and the landowners were requesting some minor changes from the 2005 plan.
No, we're talking about a lot of acres, but there's really not a lot of changes, and we'll go over that.
Yeah. So these are just the original concept plans that are in the ordinance and the development agreement. It shows, just concept plans of the rough phasing and then the open space. Okay, you can.
So I just wanted to point out, they were very conceptual indeed. I mean, a lot of this has changed. The phases have changed. The boundary lines have changed. The densities. But we're sort of kind of married to this at the same time, but it's very conceptual. So they got all sorts of different maps in here, but this is one. This is the open space map. And we basically combined, you'll see in our future exhibit, the neighborhood phasing with the open space plan, with the pro plan. It's all in one document.
Okay.
But we meet the same.
So the proposed concept plan that we have is by taking that land out that's in the original phase 9, adding in our land to the east, and it's acre for acre. We can go over that again, but we would be committed to adding a community trail along that ridge area. So
Yeah, we'll go over
we
this
can
in
come
more
back to
detail,
any of
and
these.
We can drill into it, and you can ask questions
Yeah.
about it a little bit later, but this is just the general.
Yeah, go ahead. So the key changes are, one, the boundary line adjustment to the Cottonwoods overlay zone. That would be taking the land swap, although Josh told me not to say land swap. But it would be a boundary line adjustment change. We have the legal
There's the next slide.
survey already, yeah. And then 2, actually, can you go back, 2 minor changes to the Cottonwoods development agreement. So that's just the amenity commitments, omitting the equestrian center in phase 6, adding or having the option to do mansion homes in phase 6, and the flexibility to add some single family lots greater than 8,000 square feet. Okay. So the boundary line adjustment areas are, again, It's a total in the red hatched there. It's 193 acres that would be removed, and then the green is 193 acres that it added. So the total acreage of the 1,036 would remain the same.
It looks like they're different, but the survey has assured us that they're the same acreage.
So that red area, is that like Coventry Circle? Is that where that
Coventry
is?
Circle is,
Where is it?
like, yeah, right here.
Because isn't that the lake right there? Isn't that Silver Lake in the yellow?
This is Silver Lake, right?
So Coventry Circle's below Silver Lake, right?
Yeah, this is Coventry.
No, it should be
Oh,
below
wait.
it.
No, it's right here. Sorry.
We have a couple photos too that show kind of the land. If you want to, I think the photos are next, maybe. Okay, well, yeah, we can go back to the other one, but this is.
Sorry, you said go back to the other one.
Yeah, no, sorry, keep going. That right there is that one's fine. The first, go back one more. Okay,
So this is the legal description of the 193 acres to be removed, and we just wanted to note again that the owners do not want to be part of the Cottonwoods. This area will be removed. That it's being removed will revert back to the low density A20 zone. The vast majority of this area is not visible from the Cottonwoods or Mountain Green. No trails were proposed for this property in the original DA, and it's generally steep topography. So if you're looking from the Cottonwoods or from, most of this is kind of in the shadow of, you can't even see it from.
Go to the next slide. It shows some photos, and you can see. So we took these from Old Mountain Highway, the ridge right there, kind of point to that ridge, right?
Yeah.
So that is essentially the Cottonwoods are to the north, right? To the north and
this
the
is like in the
west.
shadow of the backside of what you would see from Mountain Green.
So as far as a view shed, you can't see it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, go to the next.
And this is overlooking the substation down
Yeah.
by that Coventry Road.
So this is the added acreage of the 193. So of that, 163 acres would be preserved as native open space. That's okay, you're fine. And then so the trail that you see in the yellow there, that would be an amenity commitment that we would make, and it would be able to use for all the residents of the Cottonwoods area there. We feel like it's a superior view shed from the area, and and then there's 23 acres on the south end. I'm gonna point to that, Ray, just right down in there.
Yeah, right
That
down here, there's a 20-acre swath on this. We came and got a future land use amendment change back in 2021. So there was some pre-entitlements, if you would call, for a certain development right there. And again, we mentioned that on the early concept plans for the Cottonwoods back in 2025, they actually showed this area developed. So it's nothing like in front of you.
So the net 24 pre-entitlements already existed on the 193 acres. It wasn't rezoned, but it was in the future land use map. And then the home sites can now be clustered, further protecting the view shed there. Okay, I think we took some photos from that area too, if you want to go to the next slide.
Yeah, so just know we're still gonna comply with all the maps and the sensitive areas and the view shed type stuff, nice guys compliant, everything that's part of the Cottonwoods PRUD document, we're gonna comply with all of that. Yeah, so this is looking east right from phase 9. Again, that's no houses below the view there, just a trail, so that's a nice.
And we should have taken, did any of you guys live over in that area? So we should have taken photos actually looking out from the trail the other way.
Yeah.
I thought of that actually just last night. But you can kind of see, you'd get a better, a view of the area there. Okay, go ahead. Go to the next slide. So then amenity commitments, So in phase 6 and 9, so no park was originally required in phase 6, but we will commit to providing a top park and pickleball court for the residents of phase 6. Phase 9 will install the 1-acre pocket park that was originally required per the development agreement. In addition, phase 9 may add a pickleball court or a pool clubhouse amenity in that phase. And then we will be adding over 2 miles of trails up over and above the current plan for phase 6 and 9. And then all the trails would be open for all the residents in the Cottonwood PUD zone. So go ahead and go to the next slide. I think it has the trail.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I guess I'm a little confused here. If this was Gardner Development, why are you guys
So
doing all this? I'm not understanding.
Gardner Development was the original developer.
Okay.
They bought portions of the land, but they didn't buy the land in phase 6 and phase 9 and phase 8. And so they no longer own that. So we've kind of collectively come together as most of those remaining landowners, minus phase 8, and tried to, come up with a comprehensive plan. One of our main things was,
But did Gardner commit to these things that you are having to do now, or
so there's a development agreement. I'll let,
how does that work?
yeah.
Well, he didn't do it. He was supposed to do an equestrian center, and there was quite a few things that were supposed to occur that didn't occur. And so
So did he sign the?
he's the one that signed it.
So why is he not?
So he encumbered property that he didn't own. So yeah, there were option contracts. So it was an option to purchase that was part of the original development agreement, and that was used saying, okay, this option will be purchased, and so it will be in this development agreement. He never followed through on the option to purchase. And so now, what Josh does when a landowner comes in is he makes or a developer, I guess you could say, when a developer comes in, he makes sure that they either own the land and or they have authority to act on behalf of all the landowners. And that did not happen 20 years ago or whenever this development agreement came through. And so he encumbered or made certain property that he did not own subject to a development agreement.
Yeah, but we're still doing business with Rulon and stuff in this county. You'd think that he would want to help out and helping all this stuff happen. So I don't know.
He doesn't own the land anymore, and we're just trying to work within the framework of what is existing on your code and your ordinance.
I'm understanding it now better. Yeah.
Okay.
So what about the Plier property? Where's that one at? That's
So
further up.
Pliers, we're representing Pliers as well. They're phase 6 on the north end,
north end. So
Max
are they in
Wilkins.
agreement having a trail up through there, or are they?
Yeah,
So they're
we've,
not going to turn it over, and it's not part of the open space agreement for the development agreement. It's not part of that open space, or what's? I don't quite get that part, because you've got your little section back onto that one screen.
There's several tables in the ordinance. It does get a little bit complicated, but each parcel owner will retain their portion of the development agreement. And frankly, we like several parts of the development agreement, so we're thinking of continuing it. But there's some subtle changes here and there that we're asking. We don't want Gardner to speak for us, or his plans 20 years ago to speak for us.
Okay. Just seems like a lot of cost. Seems like you're providing a lot of amenities for the smaller portion of the development, but I could be wrong. I just haven't studied it much.
in the ordinance, we're under certain obligations, and that's one of them is we're going to get to. We want to remove the obligation for the equestrian center, and we can get to that. I think that's up next,
Okay.
actually. Okay, so we would like to admit the equestrian center in phase 6. So the original developers, this was 20 years ago. There's actually an existing equestrian center that's just down the way. And I know that owner wrote a letter to the planner, not Josh, but I think it was Lance, back saying they don't need, they really wouldn't want another one there. And quite frankly, the current requirement is no longer possible. We can drill into that if you want. Ray, do you want to kind of show that?
Yeah, so this blue line here was the original development agreement boundary. And when Gardner's did Northside Creek, they actually cut into the Cottonwoods development boundary zone and took this area out and made it part of theirs. And this part right here goes right here. So it's physically impossible for us to build the barns and corrals and stuff. And then the whole equestrian themed neighborhood, it really falls apart. So, and it says we have to, phase 6 has to install it. So that's something we definitely.
So that's one of the changes we're.
How did that happen? How did we end up with another subdivision crossing into a different subdivision?
Northside Creek predates me. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is the Pliers land, right?
Yeah,
Phase
and
six.
we're representing Pliers, Ted Taylor, all of that. Okay, so we would like to add some possibility of some mansion homes in phase 6. They were part of the original PUD overlay zone. They're designed to look like the one big single home with the garages in the rear. We're proposing a maximum of 25 units in phase 6. With the open space and the setbacks provided in this area, and we have a table later on that talks about that. It has less density than a typical like townhouse
Yeah,
development,
it's not high density townhomes. They're just, they are townhomes.
but they're attached.
High density.
Oh no, you said the T word.
I know.
Mansion homes.
Well, let's be honest, what they are, right? Okay. Go ahead and go to the next one. So the changes we would like to make from the original development agreement and the ordinance, the zone ordinance, it does result in an overall average density. So the original average density was 0.85 dwelling units per acre. Our proposed density for phase 6 and 9 is 0.58. The development agreement required 40% open space. Phase 6 and 9 owners are committing to greater than 58. And then excluding the lot areas and the roads. And then as defined in the revised ordinances, we just are stating what's in there. The agricultural open space is privately owned and maintained in attractive condition. This may be fenced pasture or crops, subject to architectural review. A barn without dwelling may be installed. The native open space is privately owned with the community trail easements authorizing the use of the trails. They can't be built on. The community open space parks are deeded to the HOA for maintenance. Okay. Next one. Ray, you want to talk
Yeah, so
about
I don't know
that?
if we want to go over this now or as part of the ordinance. We still have time to get into the ordinance, but we can go get into that. But again, our proposed average density is 0.58 versus the 0.85, so we're much less than what's originally proposed on average.
We did. Do you want to talk about the?
Yeah, again, each owner, and we've listed their parcel numbers and the acres, and so in this column here, there's a calculated maximum density. So if you would consider it at the 0.85, phase 6A would have 45 entitlements. We're asking for 60. Again, we're kind of moving some stuff around, but on average, it averages out to, if you had gone with the 0.85, there'd be 369 units, and we're asking for the 253. We're just moving things around a little bit. But those entitlements are per parcel owner with the ability to swap a little bit. I think we'll get into that a little bit later.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. So, and the other change we'd like to do is allow some single-family lots greater than 8,000 square feet. The revised ordinance would allow that. The proposed concept plan originally does not show any lots less than 10,000 square feet. This gives us a flexibility to add in some smaller lots that would require less water, easier to zero-scape, and would only increase the open space and decrease density. But again, the overall density wouldn't change.
And the plan that we proposed doesn't show any, just, we want that option when we come back to the final, so that we may mix a bit, but again, the total count won't go up, so again, the density will only go down.
Okay, next slide. I think we're close. Oh yeah, okay, close. That's good. The presentation commitments pertaining to phase 6, 9, and the new phase 9 only are in Exhibit A. It's less than the current average density. We're having additional open space and view shed protections. We're adding two miles of trails, so 2 times the original plan. Trails are used for all the Cottonwood residents. We're kind of closing a loophole on subsequent development of any open space by defining it better. And then obviously each subdivision, when you come in to be platted, would go through the regular process of, the planning commission and then the council to be actually platted. And then no changes to the dark sky lighting requirements or anything on that. Do you have anything to add, Rick?
Yeah, so we have some supplemental slides, and we're trying to keep this to 20 minutes or so. We're trying to anticipate questions. We don't necessarily need to go through the slides, but if you have any questions, we'll probably find it in the slide deck later on.
Do you have any questions right now for us, or for Josh or Janet?
Any questions?
So you're showing your asphalt trail here in the red, so that's something you're going to
Yeah,
continue
sorry to
up
blow
there?
up, oh wait, this is the original one. So that if we wanted to, we compare the trail system from 2006 to.
Sorry. I'm trying to jump to the last page, which is done with one element.
Oh. Yeah, well, these are our proposed trails, and there's a table, and in the ordinance, we basically say we have a minimum of, I think it was like, it was a lot. It was over 2 miles of trails. And again, like we kind of consider this the crown jewel, a nice trail connecting, continuous basics. This is a new type of trail. I mean, it's part of you mentioned the cost. But this is just it's an unimproved nature trail, but people are willing to use it.
So is it just going to parallel the trail that's there right now?
It's up on the hill.
Well, there's there's a trail up here that goes up.
Those people have been trespassing.
Where
You know
are
the
you
mountain
talking?
bike trail is? If you're going up to the retention pond,
So there.
cottages
Oh,
are.
yeah, no,
You can
this-
show
This
the-
would be further up the hill.
So it's just going to parallel it, but up back more. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
You could show where the retention
Yeah,
pond.
yeah, so this is phase 8. That's the big flat field up there now. So the trail would be somewhere east of that, of the old boundary. And yeah, so the yellow is the kind of unapproved nature trail. This greenish color is a gravel trail. The blue is sidewalk that just connects trail sections. My color and then probably do asphalt trail around the townhomes and the pickleball court. That's what it's saying right there.
So how wide is your trail gonna be? How wide?
How wide?
How wide?
Varying width, it's in the tables, but I think this is just generally 4 to 6, and I think we said that, occasional benches or something like that, and then the asphalt trail was a little bit wider, for more traffic.
Will that be maintained again by who? You guys?
Maintained?
Maintained.
By the homeowners association.
So,
Go ahead.
so where the yellow trail is, kind of in the new section, is that trail and your pickleball courts, that is all going to go into the HOA of the existing Cottonwoods? Is that?
There's no real maintenance cost to a nature trail.
Well, no, but I guess I'm just saying the trails, the pickleball courts, the little 1 acre parks, is that all going to be maintained by the current Cottonwoods HOA?
No,
Or is
not
that-
necessarily.
or is-
It's neighborhood HOAs.
Okay, and they're in agreement with taking all this into their HOA fees?
So each neighborhood HOA is like phase 6 would have its own neighborhood HOA.
Okay.
And then we could go, we could go
There's a
into,
slide in here later, but there's some, I guess, we as landowners could say, hey, we'd be happy to join the Master Homeowners Association. But there's some legalities about a vote and getting quorums and all that. It's very difficult.
Okay,
So if we, all of us, will create our own Master Homeowner Association or standalone neighborhood or a combination of both. Like,
I just want to, like, so you're not, if they want to, you're open to joining the Cottonwoods HOA.
Absolutely.
But at this point, it's completely separate. You're doing your own thing.
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
want that to be a political thing. That's different. So we'll approach them, and we're happy to join the Master HOA, but we don't want to be subject to a vote.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm a little slow, so I'm still thinking backwards about several slides on the density. That's like 100 more density. What's the zoning, or is this all come back to a development agreement, and that's how the density gets changed?
Yeah, so the original development agreement back in 2005, 2006 allowed for 877 homes. They're not going over that 877. The phases so far haven't even come close to that number. So they're taking the phases and the proposed densities for those phases, and they're shuffling it around a little bit. But from the numbers that I saw, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like they're actually decreasing the number of lots that they would be entitled to in those phases already by 100.
And water's all taken care of. We're not going to be dealing with water.
Well, Cottonwood Mutual Water Company was set up to serve the Cottonwood development, which included phases 6, 8, and 9. My understanding is that the Cottonwood Mutual Water Company's water towers and pressure can't serve the higher, like phases 6 and 8, because they're higher elevation. And so in the last 2 years, the Nettletons have already brought forward conditional use permits for a new reservoir and a new water tank. And those new water tank and reservoir would serve the upper pressure zones.
Okay.
Is a mansion home considered one home site or 4 home sites? There's 4.
I just didn't want them
those
to
are-
get in a situation where, they're not going to provide water to these areas. So
No, I that's a good question.
So didn't you guys have that you wanted to put in a reservoir or some kind of a tower also for water, at least in a previous one?
It's on that map. The exhibits ECD. Yeah, here's. This is
Oh, that one
the
shows it.
400,000 gallon tank site, and that's the 14 acre foot upper Dolphin Creek Reservoir.
So is that going to be part of now your new part of this development, or is that going to go to the Cottonwoods still?
As landowners, we've been contributing to it, and we would build it, and we would build the tank, and we would give it to the water company, and then they would give us service. So that's all.
So part of phase 6 can be in the lower, doesn't need the upper tank, can be serviced currently. I'm not sure where that splits off. But
Yeah, almost all of 6A can be fed from the existing middle zone storage, and they have storage in those tanks, so it's clearly the intention to connect it back.
But there was always going to be a need for an upper zone with the tank, and that's why Ray's been working on that.
So are you saying you're building the tank, you're providing the water, you're giving that infrastructure to Cottonwoods Mutual Water Company in return for hookups?
So, just kind of close, we've been working on this for the past year since we were looking into when we got together as homeowners or landowners with the other phases, and then once Matt wanted to pull that land out, and we've had several meetings with Josh and Janet and a couple of Garrett I think was there for a couple, but that's when they suggested the work session to see, so we have a better chance of having that pass and see what your input is.
Do you guys want to go through the ordinance, the changes there? That's a really simple document. So I think it's one of the documents that we got. Yeah.
Sure, if it's easy, let's
So this is the development agreement. That's a little bit more complicated, but the ordinance is pretty straightforward. They're both straightforward in my opinion. So again, this is exactly the same as it was in 2006, except for just go to the next pages. No, I think we must have skipped it. Oh, someone accepted the changes, but basically we strip out the all reference to the Western Center. We strip out any reference to a golf course. We didn't really talk about the golf course in the original development agreement was can, not shall or may, or there was no requirement, but I don't think anyone really wants a golf course. The new landlord, Ted Taylor, doesn't want a golf course. There's not enough water for a golf course. So we just to simplify, we're striking all reference to a golf course. Yeah, again, it's kind of hard. I think someone must have accepted the changes.
I have to convert it to PDF. So let me pull up that version.
Because they're written in red, the changes, right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can open that now, but then the other one is, that's the DA. Yeah. Yeah, let's scroll through and look for the blue one, and we'll go for that. No, yeah. So here we strip out the golf club and it says all prior references. So that's how it would read in the code. Keep going down. So there's like all these references to the cabins and stuff like that. We don't own that land, so we can't represent Gardner's land. He still owns that property, so we can't represent it. So it's staying in there. Here's the density. We talked about that.
So are you saying there's still land that Gardner has there that will be developed?
Well, that's a very fundamental question for you guys. In the concept plan, it says that it won't be developed, or most of it won't be developed, but there's other parcels that that's up to you. It says in the concept plan they won't, whereas our land showed that they would be developed, at least the Myers or the Taylor's land, that there would be developed.
Would be developed then?
Yeah.
Because
You just said something about cabins, and he still owns that property, so he'll be doing the cabins.
Well, he may or may not. I just can't speak for him.
It's not a shall, it's a maybe?
I think what he's saying is there's still some land ownership in the Cottonwoods that Gardner owns. There's another gentleman that owns that show on the concept plan as open space. So,
Cal, I'm going to have to talk to Rulon. He seems like he's getting out pretty well on this deal.
we can only speak for ourselves and our land, and that's what we're coming to for.
Okay.
Yeah, and here we talked about allowing some of the 8,000 square foot parcels. Again, we don't expect a lot of those. Scroll down.
So basically, the Cottonwoods, original stuff from Gardeners, from that whole development, you're switching the open space that was designated beforehand, and you want to switch the 193 acres to a different area and have more housing and leave. And is the rest, even though you guys own it, will it all be in open space or not?
So, phase 9 was designated as part of it was open space and part of it wasn't. So there's multiple owners in phase 9 now. There's Ted Taylor, and then there's the Mark and Sheila Wilkinson Family Trust, which is Matt wanted to remove part of his land from it. And that's what we would propose, switching the 193 acres to the 193 acres. Our 193 acres, it still reserves 163
I guess we said 170 will be
Of-
perpetually open
of
space.
open space. But there is some, like, how many entitlements is on that?
35.
35 is what we're
35.
proposing.
Yet the Cottonwoods, since he was never able to finish that portion of the development agreement because you guys own the land and not him, why is this part of, I mean, it seems to me like Gardeners or the Cottonwoods don't have the open space they were supposed to have within the original development agreement. Is that, I'm not looking at you on that one.
This is where it gets really complicated, right?
That's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
So phase 6, phase 8, and phase 9 all had proposed open space along with proposed lots. Phases 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, which are all currently under development, all had proposed lots and open space. Phase 9, in the development agreement, it talked about open space along with a potential golf course, that they may construct a golf course. So it's
Sorry,
not,
you
it
actually
was
have to
never-
leave that open for fire code.
It was never mandated to put in the golf course. And so in our discussions with the Wilkinsons and the Nettletons, they're proposing additional amenities that would be required to be constructed in the, I said not to use land swap, but it really is the best way to describe it, I guess.
yet
So they're trying to fulfill the requirements of the original DA by providing open space in another area. And in doing so, they would like a certain number of the lots that were reserved or allowed in the original development agreement. In this case, 35. The other phases already have their allotted lots and open space that they're required. Phase 6 was required, absolutely required, mandated to put in another equestrian trail or equestrian center and trail. We already have an equestrian center, about a mile away. So it doesn't seem like a good idea to put two in such a close vicinity. So adding in different amenities like a clubhouse, pickleball courts, or whatever would create additional amenity opportunities that aren't there now, aren't required by the original DA, while also allowing a family that has owned that land since the development agreement was created back in 2005 to get out of a development agreement and do what they want with their land.
See, that's
The underlying zoning was 820, and my understanding is they want to keep it large 20-acre lots. So, I mean, you can ask Matt, he's here now, what they want to do with it. But that's their goal.
Okay, I'm just,
As far as open space, 40% of the entire project was supposed to be open space. We have not run the calculations on each phase to see. It's
But we
It's
did run it,
impossible.
we did run it for our proposal, we're
Yeah.
proposing 58, so we're well and above, we're committing to that as a minimum, and it'll probably go higher, and we'll have more open space. But,
So for the land that we're speaking to, we're lower in density than the overall zone.
See-
And we're higher in open space than the overall zone. And we're trying to bring amenities that will help both the community and us at the same time.
And on top of that, they're proposing to address the water needs in the area because of the pressure zones.
so then you guys are gonna be part of still the development agreement.
Yes.
Is that what you're, I mean, that's part of it.
Yes.
So all you're doing is switching up the 193 acres to a different spot for development, and the other 193 acres are gonna be in yours, Taylor's, and Blyer's.
yeah, we're formally recognizing the transfer of responsibilities from Gardner to the current parcel owners. We still want to be in the development agreement,
You still want to be in it,
yeah,
100%.
under the conditions of Amendment 3, yeah.
Yes. So basically,
Because if I recall last year when you guys came forward, I was just sitting in the back. And
I
it seemed
said,
like, what's that?
2 years. It seems like a really long year.
It seems like a long time I've been sitting here too, and it's only been 10 months. But I recall, because I remember when the Wilkinson project was being sold and the family and everything back in the mid 90s, when that all kind of began. And I remember, I want to say the conversation a year ago was all about the open space that was required. So basically, you know, they've just come forward to say, we're going to honor the open space. We're going to make sure it's there so we don't have a bunch of illegal non-conforming lots, because the open space has now disappeared, and they want to be able to use their property because it was never purchased like it was supposed to be. So that's kind of what I'm getting out of the whole thing. So yeah.
That's a good summation.
because
That makes sense in my
Yep.
little brain.
I
So,
just remember that 3 years ago, to 4 years ago, when Sheila was talking to me about this whole thing, they were wanting to pull out of the agreement, completely out of that agreement. So
So
now you're
Wilkinson's-
telling
But
me
they-
you want to go back
they-
into the
No,
agreement?
no, they do. Matt and the Mark and Sheila Wilkinsons want to be removed. So that the red hatch is what is their ownership of their land. They actually want to pull out. What
Of the
we're
development.
seeing
Okay.
as representatives of MCC, which is the green, that's the land swap.
Right.
So we would go in, but they would pull out. Yes, Mark and
You're
Sheila.
pulling the 193 out of the development agreement, and you're installing another 193
Okay.
in
Yeah,
its place.
and Josh
Okay,
said to
makes a
keep
little
it
more sense.
Yeah.
even.
I just remember them
thought that
wanting
was
to
important.
get
Yeah.
out of it. Get out of this Cottonwoods agreement or group because they never did actually purchase the ground. And you wanted to be completely out of it. And so because of that, you're trying to do now this land swap, let them be part of it, but you want to be out of it.
But this satisfies a lot of things.
Sorry, can you come to the mic?
Sorry. This satisfies a lot of things, and it also protects the county that has been in a compromised position because of what happened with previous development. We just want to be out of it, but that's really hard to just get out of it. It just is. We can't. So to propose the Nettletons to come in, I mean, where our land is compared to where theirs is, ours really doesn't fit well with everything else. Theirs looks like it was supposed to be there in the first place. It just took us 15 years to get there. They are actually going to have the trails that were promised. The trails that there's no trails in our property because the land was never promised, the land was never purchased even though the trails were promised. So the Nettletons coming in actually fulfill it where it wasn't fulfilled before. We're able to slip out, the county is protected, and you don't have to go through the nonsense that we've been doing for 15 years.
So what do the Nettlemans get out of it? I don't get that. I mean, it was open space,
Higher
but
density.
you get higher density where?
So we originally had come in, like I said,
To ask for some of
4 or 5 years ago to be
Yeah.
in the Fluma, and we wanted to,
Yeah.
and I don't think I don't know if you'd had you didn't have the PUD then, and so we were only able to do like 100, it was MU 160, but we got 24 pre-entitlements in the future land use map down low. So, basically that's why we can keep all that open space, and then we can cluster it down low in the southern
And
portion.
so,
For us, this is the formal zone change
okay,
for that.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
because in your original, when you came to us before, it's above the well, above the tanks that you're building, that you came into us and asked for certain amounts of lots.
It was,
It was an MU 160 and you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were trying to get it to where you could have so many lots, and I don't remember how many there were or anything like that. We approved it.
Yeah, that's right.
And so now, but you're gonna be completely out of the cottonwoods in those parts of it, except for the tanks? Is that correct? Or are you
No,
still
we would
part of the cottonwoods?
basically kind of say, okay, we're now part of the cottonwoods, and that 24 that we wanted originally, now we're doing this land swap. We can get it within the cottonwoods. And since that time, we've been working with Eric the Plier, Eric Pliers, and Max Wilkinson, and Ted Taylor, the other landowners, mainly on the water infrastructure, but also on basically all that we've been working on here today.
so it looks like we're running out of time. The development agreement, number 3, number 1 was like sidewalks, number 2 was, height restrictions. So this is number 3, this is the 3rd amendment to it, ours is more elaborate, but it's mostly covered by what's in the ordinance, but we don't have enough time to go through it now.
So, I guess, do you have any concerns about coming to the planning and then to the council again with this proposal, being that it's a boundary line adjustment change, an amendment to the ordinance, and an amendment to the development agreement? Do you have any
They need
advice?
to happen all at the same time.
Yeah.
They're all 3 were just so tight.
We talked about doing just one at a time, doing the land swap, and then that's when it kind of snowballed, and we really need to look at this in a more comprehensive manner to satisfy everybody, including the county.
I appreciate how you focus on your open space and trails and all that. That's great. Is phase 6 and phase 9 both planning on being townhomes plus some single family?
No, just phase 6.
Just phase 6.
So in that purple lower one is also gonna be
No, just in the upper,
in the upper one by
the
the
upper
pliers?
phase 6 where Eric Pliers or Turkey Flats is.
I didn't think they wanted all that development.
So if I'll answer you on my behalf, but I appreciate what you're trying to do here to satisfy all parties. I'm a little disappointed in some of the stuff that I see, but no, I think it's a good alternative to what otherwise would be a bad situation. So I don't have any concerns that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Anything else?
No, I appreciate you diving into it. I know it's been a long journey for all of you. So hopefully there's a compromise soon and everyone can move forward. Not a huge fan of townhomes, but I don't
Well,
know if
the,
I don't know
um,
if you've asked the residents around there either, but that's a different.
Well, that was a
story.
concern when we had our last meeting with Josh, and they brought that up, and I guess there's been certain developments that maybe haven't been super happy.
Yeah, they're not high-density townhomes. They're, and it's not that they're designed to blend in to look like just regular homes, and it'll be well maintained and everything. So it's townhomes, a little bit more affordable, but still very classy.
The original Cottonwood development did allow for some townhomes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So
Thanks for coming.
given the comments that I was given, I'll start the formal public hearing process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a 4-minute break.
It's the whole thing's kind of complicated. I mean, it's only more complicated by the other stuff, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah. Well, we tried to kind of dial it down because
Hopefully we'll get
you
that.
did a fantastic job.
Oh, thanks.
They went from non-primary to primary, so that's why that is here. Welcome. Yes. Yeah, it's not taxable value. It's not taxes. It's market value. So that is taxable. The reason it's taxable is because we long-term and we granted. So it takes off 50 acres. These are all the ones that we did, that was the data.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. It's November 18th, 2025. We just finished up our 4 o'clock work session. Welcome, everyone. Appreciate those who are here, being here, and those who are online attending with us. Also, I'm going to give the invocation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Our Father in heaven, we approach thee this evening, grateful for the many blessings that we enjoy here in this community. We're thankful for our freedoms. We're thankful, Heavenly Father, to be able to live among such great people in our community. We're thankful for the moisture that we've been receiving, and pray that thou continue to give us the moisture we need for our farmers and for our own appropriate uses. We appreciate, Father in heaven, all the work that goes on in our county, the employees and all those who diligently try and do their jobs in a manner pleasing unto thee and to our community. We pray for thy Spirit to be with us this evening. Help us, Heavenly Father, to be able to make good decisions that will help our community be a better community. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will move to our consent agenda items. Is there any questions, any issues on those? Okay, if not, I will look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda items as listed.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner declarations of conflict of interest. Do we have any this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our public comment. Any of you that are here to make public comment at this time, you're welcome to come forward. You got 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you live. And
so my name is Trevor Covington, and I live in Mountain Green. And I recently went to the Mountain Green session that the county put on, and there was a lot of concern about high-density housing in Mountain Green. And I'm just curious what we as citizens can do to stop any more high-density housing in Mountain Green. Like if every house had to have like a half an acre lot, that would be amazing. But right now that's not the way it works, it seems. And I'm just wondering what we as citizens can do to change that. And then I'm also curious, I've heard that if Nine Springs incorporates, then there could be issues with Mountain Green incorporating. Or I've gotten that sense, no?
Other way around.
Okay. So, because I've heard that you can't have two cities within 5 miles of each other. And so I was just curious how that worked. So but I'll talk with Kate after.
because this isn't a
Yeah, it's
time that we can talk
okay.
back and forth.
Oh.
This is a comment period for you guys, and we can get back to you on stuff. But
Yeah, so I guess my comments are anything that you can do to help us as citizens know what we can do to fight high density housing in Mountain Green, I would really appreciate. So, thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Trevor. Appreciate it. Okay, seeing no one else, we will move on to our action items. F1, Sheriff Stark. Oh,
Or Jim.
Jim's gonna take over. He must send you when things are in the hot seat, huh?
He had another meeting he had to be at. So we just needed to come before the commission. I think hopefully y'all remember, shortly after the beginning of the year, we had been paying the lots contract. They were charging us $2,000 a month. Shortly after the first of the year, they increased that to $2,500. We had only budgeted on the $2,000 amount, and we had talked to the commission, explained what was going on, and the decision was made at that time to continue on a month-to-month until we could come up with something else. We've now come up with something else, but they took a little longer to come online than we were hoping. So we're finding that that budget line item is $1,600 short for this year. We are now paying $1,000 a month instead of $2,500 a month. So moving into next year, we will be fine. But to get through the rest of this year, we need to move $1,600 into that account to just cover the remainder of the year.
What did we budget, Katie, for next year? Did we just budget the 12, or what did we budget?
We budgeted what our current contract is.
So I have a question on that. Is there anything within your, I mean, I agree we said to do that, but is there anything within your own department that could be possibly transferred from one of those funds to this one to cover that without having to increase the budget?
I don't know. I'd have to look at our items. So I was just being told that I had to come in front of the commission for this. So
Kate, do you know?
I don't monitor their.
yeah, I don't know.
I just wondered,
Anything
we didn't
that's
have
left is
any.
going to roll back into the general
Yeah,
fund.
I just wondered
less
if
than
we
a
have
month
any
in.
animal control money either.
out of the
so,
animal control budget, we don't.
Don't we?
That's, yeah, we don't have anywhere near this to move from one line item to another.
We knew this was coming when we
did.
when they came in and told us it was $500 more a month. I'm actually glad it's only $1,600 because you guys were able to work out that deal sooner than we
Yeah.
thought with the Mountain Green facility. So,
Okay, I'll look for a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the transfer of $1,600 from the general fund balance to account 10-4214-260-000, the Animal Control Building and Grounds Fund, to cover the shortfall for the increased in animal control housing.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Jeremy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the County Commission. Action item F2 on your agenda is the Croydon Gravel Pit CUP. That's application number CUP 25.009. The applicant, Leslie Harris, is in the audience tonight, Mr. Chair, acting on behalf of Castle Creek Homes. The project location is approximately 3100 North Lost Creek Road, with the parcel number and serial number identified in your staff report tonight. The current zoning is a split designation of rural residential, termed RR1, 1 acre minimum zoning, and agriculture, which is a 20 acre minimum zone. The current acreage of the parcel, Mr. Chair, is 247.25 acres, and the request for tonight is for approval of a conditional use permit that is required for the use of a private gravel pit. The county staff has reviewed and determined that this meets all of the minimum code requirements for the operation of a private gravel pit. Again, with that C3 designation, meaning a conditional use permit that comes to all the way to the level of the county commission. The reviewing staff consisting of the planning office, including the code compliance officer going out and conducting site visits, the county engineer, the secondary county engineer providing a drainage report, along with the Morgan County Fire Department, all having reviewed according to the applicable standards and finding this meets the minimum code requirements. The applicant did submit a new set of drawings per request from the Planning Commission, and I'd like to give a summary of the Planning Commission first, Mr. Chair. They met on October 23rd. There were no comments made by during the public comment portion of the meeting regarding this item. And the Planning Commission discussion included discussion about possible reduction of trucks hauling material from the gravel pit area. So there was a discussion on the speed limits. And the Planning Commission recommended that the County Commission discuss a possible reduction to speed limit tonight. Staff having commented during the meeting that possible reductions in speed limits would be unenforceable, and so again, just the Planning Commission forwarded that recommendation. They also discussed hours of operation and the requirement that the applicant return to the Planning Commission with a landscaping plan, an updated landscaping plan, for approval of revegetation prior to reclamation. With that said, the Commission voted to recommend approval of this application to this body tonight, Mr. Chair, with a 5-0 vote, with Chair Maloney not voting and Member Telford being absent from the meeting. And the Planning Commission submitted the following additional conditions with their vote, which I'll read verbatim, Mr. Chair. Quote, quote, number one, that the conditions listed in the engineer's memo dated October 22, 2025 be included in the staff report to the County Commission on November 18, 2025. And two, that the applicant come back for approval of revegetation at the time of reclamation, close quote. And Mr. Chair, those findings are added to the list of recommended conditions within the meeting packet tonight. Otherwise, Josh and I are happy to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I can get to it.
I'll ask while he's looking.
Go ahead.
I'm assuming there's going to be a rock crusher set up in there.
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
I think it's already there.
Yeah, it's already there.
It's already functioning as a gravel pit. This
So
is
they're
a-
coming in
this is
after
an
the,
oops, I got caught. And so Chris, I guess neighbors or whatever, and then Chris went up there, has photos of it, and approached the landowner and said, "Do you need to come into compliance?" And he said, "Okay." So it's already functioning.
Okay, so how much is being taken out? What's the effect on our roads? I thought from what I read in there that it was not going to be a commercial use. It's only for private use only.
Sorry.
Come up to the, no, come up to the mic.
Sorry, Leslie Harris. I'm standing in for Mike Schultz. He's sorry that he couldn't be here. The
Mike Schultz was out of compliance? Oh, that's interesting.
It was probably my fault in the office.
Oh, I'd
We were
do that
working
too.
with something else, and I hyper-focused on the other project we were working on.
You don't
so
need to take the fall
My
for mine.
apologies. The rock will just be to
Finding
repair
double.
trails and roads on his property. So there's no commercial use.
So no selling
No.
of it. And how many trucks a day are going to come out of there?
Well, it doesn't even get used daily.
so it's basically a weekend kind
Yeah,
of a
just
project.
when they
Mike
have
comes up there to do it.
up on the ranch. That's what it's just for.
So I guess a question I have is, so if it's a private, so my understanding with gravel pits is the state issues the permit, we issue the CUP, but if it's private, then the state doesn't need to issue a permit. Is that correct? Okay, and then does that mean that this gravel pit will remain in Greenbelt, or does it need to be pulled out of Greenbelt? Okay, so he will have to delineate where the gravel pit is and have that piece removed from Greenbelt. Okay, I was just looking at the assessor because she knows all the good rules.
Okay,
of
no,
taxes,
that's great. I'm
so-
going to make notes.
Okay.
So
We've
I
had a lot of
apologize.
discussions on gravel
So-
pits lately, so.
So where it's kind of within this area, it's in RR1, RR5, and A20 and forestry. That's the whole picture right there. But the gravel pit is only a special portion of that. Is that correct? And the
Yes.
CUP is only for that special portion. It has
Yes.
nothing to do with the other zonings.
So my understanding is he'll have to delineate, like say, this is my gravel pit. That piece will be removed from Greenbelt.
Right.
And then that is the gravel pit. If he wants to go beyond that, he would have to come in, make adjustments, redelineate, pull out of Greenbelt, is my understanding.
So he won't be
That's what
within the RR5 zone or the RR1 for the gravel pit.
So gravel pits are allowed in those zones with the conditional use permit C3.
Okay.
Conditional use permits run with the land. This gravel pit has a clear designation of where it's located on those properties, but the use is allowed with a C3.
I thought it was only within the H20 zone.
This is kind of where you get into the split zoned issue. Because the property has all those zones, it really is entitled to the land uses within each of those tables.
But the actual location of it is in the 820 zoning.
Okay.
And how long is a CUP good for in that situation? Is it renewed yearly or?
That is completely up to you. I have worked in communities that have had a 2-year renewal, and then a 5-year renewal, then an 8-year renewal, then a 10-year renewal, and by the time they get to that, it's been there for so long that it's an allowed use at that point. Yeah, so it's really up to you if you want. Our code doesn't dictate a time frame, so if you approve it tonight without a time frame, then it's just allowed in perpetuity, as long as they meet all the requirements of the stipulations you add.
I mean, the only thing I can see is, I mean, because I look at the family property, and I mean, you're constantly repairing roads and trails and everything, and to have a pit like this, I mean, I would think that if you were going to do a massive development, he wanted to use that gravel pit, he's going to have to come in and it's going to become a commercial use, no longer private. He's got enough property up there, good grief, he could haul gravel for years and never leave. I mean, the only issue is when he leaves the property onto county road to access more of his property is the only issue that I see, and I think that's was our concern, or my concern, is that when he leaves the property onto Lost Creek Road, now he's damaging our road because he's accessing more of his property, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's other gravel pits and other mining excavation operations within the county. Their trucks come and go as well. These are public roads. They have a public right to access them. If they are damaged, I mean, we own it, so we would be required to repair it, just as if the concrete plant.
Well, but that would be a commercial use. So Reese's and Wardell Brothers and all them, they're a commercial use and they're paying a tax per ton that leaves the property. Where this, he's not paying anything for the gravel that leaves the property.
For now.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is, as we look through this.
Yeah, in the future, if you wanted to convert it to a commercial, our code doesn't differentiate between non-commercial and private use. It's just you need a conditional use permit for your excavation permit. So if he converts it in the future, then I would imagine to meet state code, he would have to get that state permit and start paying per ton.
Right. And that, I was just kind of putting that out there, that because it is private use, you know, he will be, and I think that was part of the conversation, if I remember what Chris was telling me, was that, you know, because Mike did say, he goes, but it's for my own use, my own property, and Chris was like, but you are leaving, you're on the public road, and that's where Mike was like, okay, yep, I see what you're saying, and so he wanted to become in compliance.
If that's a worry for you, that we need to know when it becomes commercial, if it ever becomes commercial, then I would add that as a stipulation of your conditional use permit, that they notify the county.
So if he starts developing a piece of property and make it a subdivision and stuff and starts building his roads and stuff, is that just still personal?
No, because he would be selling the lots within that subdivision. So at that point, he's using it for commercial.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Well, what if he leaves it? You're going to need to stay there a minute. So what if that? Yeah, she'd rather have you do the. Now let's hope I remember it all. But if he leaves the property to, like Matt was saying, and it goes to another place that he's developed, and he may not be selling that, but is giving it to his kids, what happens there? Is that considered?
Whenever the state requires a permit for commercial use, he would have to get a state required permit.
Okay,
As far as
so-
we're concerned, for the excavation permit, for the conditional use permit, we don't care.
Okay, so if he starts building more roads up there and uses all this for that, does that change anything?
No,
You
he's
just build more
improving
roads
his
on the farm?
property.
Yeah,
So-
I know, but it's just becoming a problem throughout our county that all of a sudden everybody just says, and this may not be to her or to Mike, but it's throughout the county that we seem to be, people are just putting in roads wherever they darn well want to without permits. And I'm getting a little bit concerned about that. So that's my question, is all of a sudden, is this going to be all of a sudden we get roads all over the place without any kind of permits or plans or any of those kinds of things? Because it's not good for the rest of the residents.
If they're,
But
I
you
think
can
in
cut a road
private
on your own
roads
private
or-
property.
I thought you couldn't. I thought you had to have a permit.
To a certain point.
To a certain point, it
yeah.
depends on how much material you move.
Or if you're on if you're on the slopes,
Slope.
and if kind of depends on where you're putting it.
Yeah, but it's not much. I mean, everybody was like, "Well, I didn't move much material," but you moved more than material by a mile. You've got
There's only
you've
1,000
moved that many.
yards.
Yeah, we've seen it
Yeah.
several times. So
No, and I think that's. Oh, go ahead.
So I'm sorry.
No, I just say I think that's where, because I think one of the big ones we've seen was over there in Milton, where he dug out the hillside, and that caused a major problem. And so I totally understand that the issue is if he just starts cutting roads and building roads all over the place, where do we require, or how do we, on such an expanse, how do we monitor that he is cutting roads? But I mean, if he's up there in the middle of his place, it's going to flood him. It's his problem.
If it leads to human habitation, where there's going to be a home or a shop or something up there, then yeah, you need to come in. You'll need to go through your geohazard report. You'll need to show us that you're not cutting the toe of the slope, that there's no danger to the public health safety. But if you're just putting in a trail on your property for your horses or for whatever, and there's no human habitation issues, then I don't think we can stop you from putting it in. The one on Milton that I know was because of a home.
Down below the excavation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's what I was saying. I mean, that one there where he dug into the hillside. And
We got two
So
of them up in Porterville there.
I just got one more question, and that is, who is responsible for the liability of a crusher if we issue a CUP? Is that just OSHA? Do we have to worry about anything with a crusher being on a property and somebody getting hurt?
That's not our liability.
It's not.
so that it would be MSHA, not OSHA, but it's private, so they have no jurisdiction. My understanding of MSHA and OSHA. If it's
No,
private.
they have jurisdiction.
If it's private property,
They went up Wilkinson's and
what is that, a commercial operation?
no.
That's to be determined.
I know. Well, I'm just saying.
'Cause yeah, that, I mean,
Same thing. It's the same thing as what's going on right here.
I will also point out that the state legislature changed the gravel and mining and natural resource laws with HB 355 and really kind of opened it up. So we might want to talk about that, because if somebody has a commercial and they've had commercial mining at that location, they technically can move to anywhere on their property without a conditional use permit or anything.
There are notice requirements that have to be given
There's
for
some,
that,
yeah.
and if there is something that addresses health, safety, welfare, then there are some conditions that can be put on, but it's similar to if we can mitigate those conditions, we can't say no. So there are recent, that was just last year or
I
this
was not
year that
aware
they
of
made
that.
changes to the code.
that was part of our conversation.
Mhm.
today.
Yeah, I was going to get back to you.
No, that's good to hear.
So my question you have under here is a condition that you're going to have to issue a bond, or they're going to establish reclamation.
It's
So does that mean
revegetation.
in perpetuity, or as long as the CUP is there? I mean, it's kind of vague, because if it's going to be used for private use,
I don't like in perpetuity.
yeah. Well, it doesn't say that. I'm just wondering, how long is it for?
Well, I don't know how long they're going to use the gravel pit.
Okay, so
I have
once
a
it's
gravel
done,
pit.
I mean, he may continue to use it for the next 50 years.
Maybe.
So do we hang on to that bond, or how does that work?
Well, the bonds need to be renewed. I don't think you can pull out a bond that'll be good for that long.
Okay, because I just would like to see it reclaimed if they are finished with it. But if they're not reclaimed and they're still using it, I worry about, are we going to have an unsightly thing that's completely in that area? It's Mike's area, but I'm worried about, is it going to be up there that's going to be unsightly for future generations, and you only go into it once every week and you don't use it much, and I'm just worried, okay, so
this
what's
is
happening?
This is a conditional use permit.
Right.
So unless you can articulate a negative impact, you can't deny a conditional use permit.
Right.
Per state statute. If you can articulate some negative impact that's going to be created by them excavating gravel on their private property to be used on their private property, then
I don't think we're
articulate.
I don't-
saying deny
Yeah, I
or
don't-
approve. I think we're talking about
A condition.
right.
right.
But
But you have to articulate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effect.
thank you.
And then the applicant can say, if it can be mitigated, then this is how we'll mitigate it. But you have to articulate it first to say, okay, this is the reasonably anticipated detrimental effect. And then the conditions go to, how do we mitigate what I've articulated?
So if your articulated negative impact or and detrimental effect is that it's going to leave a massive scar for future generations down the road, I mean, you could make it so that they renew the bond every 2 years until they revegetate.
And the bond we hold? Or is that by a bond?
Well, we hold a copy of it, but typically they'd go to a bond company and get the bond in the amount that we tell them. And
I just thought that looked a little, sure, it looks nice to be able to reclaim it and all that kind of stuff. But I'm looking out for them. What happens? Do we hang on to that bond forever? And is it in perpetuity? Is it 5 years, 2 years, 10 years, whatever?
No, bonds have expiration dates. Typically, it's 1 or 2 years.
And if they're going to use it for the next 15 years, then what happens? Do we have to
Then either
maintain that bond?
Then either delete the stipulation or make it so that they have to renew it every 2 years. It's
Okay,
up to
I don't
you.
know. That's why I'm asking you.
I'm saying it's whatever you want to do.
So you were saying you're seeing, you saw it up to 8 years that they were doing, but at that point, they've been doing it long enough that now you just,
Well, no, what they would do is they would have a renewal after 2 years.
well, I meant you were
After
saying.
they renew it, they'll renew it for another 5. So at that point, it's been in operation for 7 years. Then sometimes they would do 8 or 10. So by the time it's been renewed 3 or 4 times, they've been in operation for 15, 20 years. So at that point, it just becomes they don't have to renew the conditional use permit anymore.
Gotcha. So at a certain point, they just won't have to do it anymore because it's been in existence longer.
For so long, yeah.
I personally am not super worried about the reclamation of it. I mean, it's actually right along the driveway to the home up there and next to another home and barn. I suspect that it's kind of leveling out that area. I suspect in the future he'll probably want to build a barn or something in that area. And it's so far from the road, from the public road anyway, it's really not super visible. So
I just would like to.
like the dust isn't going to bother any neighbors, I don't think, because the closest neighbors they got to be 1,500 feet or more away, clear on the opposite side of the valley.
Yeah.
So if anybody, the dust is going to bug Mike because his house is there, but outside of that, I don't know. Yeah.
You are
I really
welcome
don't
to
see it
remove.
as being a major problem. So
Well, you know that area better than any of us.
Yeah. Okay.
I think my biggest concern with it was just to make sure that the taxes are paid, that it's not a green belt if it's as a gravel pit, that's taken care of, and
Yeah,
that's my.
their construction drawings clearly
Yep.
define the acreage.
Yeah, so that'd be easy for them to go in there and say, this is where it's at, so.
Yeah, Janelle and I were just talking about that. I'm going to get her the acreage.
Okay.
I guess the question is, do we want to put a time frame, 2 years, 5 years?
I would say
I'd say 5 years
Say
myself.
5.
sure.
Application, CUP 25.009 to allow for the use of a private gravel pit. Property located approximately at 3100 North Lost Creek Road in unincorporated Morgan County, based on the findings with the conditions listed in the staff report dated November 18, 2025, with the addition of a renewal period of 5 years. And did we want to remove the dust? We're not concerned about the dust, or we just leave?
I'm not concerned about it, but it's up to you.
And I would suggest having a bond for that same period of time.
Yeah, so
Not in that.
I think
It's
that's
in the
part. So a renewal of on a 5-year time frame with a bond at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That was motion by
Second the
Commissioner
motion.
Nicholson, second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved.
Good job, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, F3. Boyd?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good
Katie, Kate, Garrett, how's everybody tonight? Doing well? So, since you guys tasked me with Swiftwater, thought I'd just give a little report on where we've been, where we're going, and then it wouldn't be me if I didn't come and ask for funding. So, there's a little bit of that in there. Where we've been, so this year we had a few rescues on the river. Some were technical, some were not so technical. The good news is we've learned a lot, and we continue to grow in our education and equipment. One thing is our Deputy Chief Sean Waller was able to get a grant for us for rope equipment. It's a $30,000 grant, and it's going to buy us a lot of good stuff. So not will this only help us in our Swiftwater rescue, but it will also move us from low angle to high angle rescue. So as our buildings continue to get higher and higher, Wasatch Peaks is one of them. If you go there, there's people all over those buildings trying to build them and hanging off of them, and we've had a couple of rescues up there, having to take people off the buildings. Luckily, they've been able to help us with our heavy equipment. But once that's all gone, we should have our rope rescue gear in place and our high ankle training. So for next year, we are, well, one thing I didn't want to mention this year, we did with the Swiftwater team, and I brought my crew with me. So Holly Ackett is the Swiftwater captain, and then Donna, your last name, I'll butcher it, is her co-captain, and then Brett's going to help us with the road part of it. Then we have Eric here, obviously. So one thing I did task the water rescue team with is more education on the river. So we provided them with the trailer and a tent, and they were able to hand out a lot of brochures. And with Donna and Holly, they have such good experience on that river. They know exactly what to tell people because they've already seen everything on that river. So I think it really helped. I know a lot of the people that came across these individuals really appreciated the knowledge because they had no idea that the river was so swift in places. And it's not really a casual floating river. It's a river with rapids. So that's kind of where we've been, and where we're going is next year we're gonna have more training for our firefighters because we've been able to get funding next year to add on 2 more days for our paid part-time folks. So they'll be there more. That's going to cover our weekends. So if we get a Swiftwater event, we won't have to rely so much on all those volunteers. We'll rely on our firefighters. The equipment will be there, and then Holly and Donna will still be on the team, and they'll arrive with the knowledge, and then our firefighters will do the rescues. It'll be much more streamlined and a much better way to go as far as a rescue, a lot quicker. So that's where we're going to go, and then we do want to talk a little bit about safety and kind of how I think we could move along as far as the access points to that. And so I brought my team along. And Holly, you want to start here? Donna, come on up here. Donna's done a lot of work on this stuff, and she's very knowledgeable about that river.
Hi, everyone. Holly Hackett. So I just basically wanted to cover the things that we're planning on doing next year. First off, I wanted to thank you for the budget you guys have given us for this last year. It was been very helpful. We were able to accomplish a lot, and with the increase that you guys are giving us next year, we're just planning on continuing that growth with all different aspects of what we're wanting to do with the Swiftwater team. As we're under Chief Boyd, Chief Kerrigan, we've been encouraged, as he's mentioned, to be out there with the rapids, with the river, with the people going down it. Next year, we're going to be showing our faces more out there, lending our support. When we have been out there, Donna and I and a few of our teams, we have actually gone in the river to assist some tubers and other who have not been able to get themselves out safely. So it has been very nice for us to be there and to be on top of it that way. We're also going to, again, show more presence and support and just continue to provide education. As Chief Kerrigan talked about, there's a lot of people out there that just don't know what's going on, and it causes, most of the time we're pretty good with what goes on. It's fairly safe, but there's a lot of times it does cause some complications, not just on the river, but off the river at the Taggart exit. It creates a lot of congestion, which is not great if we need to get down there or if the ambulance needs to get down there to use that road. There's a lot of times there's just no way to get through. So with our presence down there, we've been able to also assist with that, of making sure things are moving smoothly, getting people off the sides where they need to be, and continuing that traffic flow. We also have North Summit Chief Nelson, who's on board to help with this whole project. So his team will be at the put-in of Taggart's, which is on their side of the river, or on their side of the county, and they'll be providing support and knowledge as well. And we're hoping with them helping and assisting us that will just lessen any of the struggles that we'll have out on the river, so we won't need to be called out as much that way. Donna here has been very valuable with all of this, and she's just going to show and present the phase one that we would like to present to you guys on what the next steps we would like to go forth with all of this.
Thank you, everyone. Just real quick, in case you don't have time to read, I just wanted to recap on what the county has done so far at Taggart's. Taggart's River Access has been designated as a county asset. We've installed signs for rules and responsibilities and no parking signs that have been a big help. The county currently puts restrooms and garbage cans out there every summer, and of course the Swiftwater Rescue Team being present at Taggart's this last summer. We're also working in collaboration with the emergency services and with Weber River Partnership and with Destination Sports to create a Weber River Ambassador program as an education and outreach kind of effort, kind of to tagline it and have a way to talk about it with people. And by prioritizing the river, Morgan County is a Weber River Ambassador. And what we would like to ask the county commissioners to do tonight, we'd like you to vote to approve taking the next steps to improve the parking and maintaining two-way traffic flow at Taggart's so that we can move forward with otherwise enhancing the area's recreational value in a phased approach, with a focus on phase one, doing what we can now with what we have. So phase one, it's already a designated loading zone between the road and the river at the boat ramps. But still, without clearly designated line painted and signed traffic flow patterns, many people don't understand how to effectively use the space without causing traffic jams. So to improve this, we would like to widen and pave out the roadway and parking area to the maximum width possible, at least at the congestion area near the boat ramps. And we'd like to paint crosswalks at the upstream and downstream boat ramps that can be used as kind of a visual marker for drivers exiting. And then while we were out there watching the traffic flow that tries to happen, I've drawn that out on the map there. But we'd like to get to the point where we can, once we've got that paved out, where we could put some lines, that dark pink area, that's already how people are using it. And it works well if people aren't standing there with all their stuff blocking that space. And there's plenty of space for them to stand off to the side if it's clearly lined, marked, signed, and so they know what to do. So I don't necessarily need to go over the details of how to do that, but there's just kind of a visual idea that I sketched up. Brett put together a cost estimate, and he's got, I should let you talk about this, Brett, but he's got it broken down into chunks, and the first chunk is overlaying the existing road that hopefully we can make a little wider while it's getting overlaid. This isn't in the packet. Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
he just sent it to me.
Perfect. So that first $114,000 is to overlay the existing road and hopefully make it a little wider while we're at it. And he pointed out that he quoted this out 5 years ago and it was only 80 grand. So let's get it done before it goes up to 150 grand. I mean, right? The longer we wait, the more expensive it gets.
Is there a reason why this wasn't brought before we did budget?
Well, I understand
we already set aside 100,000 in CARES Act funding 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's what would be used to do any of this, is the CARES Act funding. It wouldn't come from any of our current budget.
You're shaking your head.
Because that had to be spent by 12/31 of this year.
Yeah, but we already
So it's-
allocated it out.
So
According
it's-
to the feds, it's already been spent.
Correct. So it's sitting in your general fund.
Correct, but
So
it's
it is
still
not
earmarked.
on the FY 2026 budget.
Okay, that's why.
You'd have to transfer it in,
that's
but
why
I'm
it
saying there's
wasn't.
money that's earmarked.
Okay, that's why it wasn't on the 26 budget. Because it would already be, had to be spent prior to the 26 budget. So it couldn't be included in the budget. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Not really, but yeah.
Well,
You're on my bad side.
I know.
it could still be included if we wanted to at that point.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have
you could
actually a
adju-
bunch of
you could-
adjustments coming in
You
next
could
meeting.
adjust it into the 26 budget if you want.
Because it hasn't been approved yet.
I mean, in the past, we didn't do any of the CARES Act funding as part of the normal budget process. We transferred it over as we needed to, or as we decided to spend it. But, yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, I mean, I don't know anything about the budgeting, right? So, I mean, if we have the money available and we want to do this work, if the commissioners agree and approve that we should move forward with this, then let's spend that money before we lose it and take this step in making this improvement. Couple of comments on that price tag. And that doesn't include striping, but if we can get that first chunk of it done, number one, Brett likes to, hopefully bring projects in under budget. So there's that. So maybe we will be closer to the 100 grand, but we won't know till we get started. But number two, once the biggest chunk of that is started, we can look for other funding sources to finish up that step and then move on to working on finding funding sources for step two, including from grant funding sources and from Weber River Partnership and from private donations.
How far, it says 48,500 square feet, Brett, how far is that? Oh, it's the whole length. Oh, okay.
So, okay. I'm just wondering,
Price tags
as
aren't
part of this whole project, are we gonna try to improve upon the ramp area?
Well, not yet.
Not yet, that's in a future one.
Yeah, that's down in the next phase two. And I strongly believe that we'll be able to get grant funding money to do that kind of work.
UOR.
But the county needs to take some steps first, starting with this roadway and two-way traffic flow, and then that will show that the county is vested and interested, and we've got skin in the game, and then we can attract the other grant funders.
So we're gonna.
The first thing we need to do is save the road, I think, because you can always add a shoulder, especially paving and adding width like that. But we first got to get the road. That's why we split it up like this. Spent quite a bit of time up there figuring this out. And as far as the striping goes, we'd have to hire the striping part. But as the crosswalk, you can see you put it back up, those crosswalks. We can put those in ourselves just for the cost of paint. I build a jig and we do our own down to the schools, down to Mountain Green and those kind of places.
You can't do the striping too, Brett? Just stick your hand out the side of the truck with a roller?
Maybe you
You
could.
got that golf cart, you're nice and low to the ground.
With my bad leg, I can't.
So, are we gonna widen? I mean, we've got it to where, because I know Mike and I have talked about putting. You got this storm drain or whatever, the drainage over there, French drain.
Yeah, someday we'd
that,
like to do that.
Between the fence, so that we can widen the area or at least have parking area there that is knowledgeable for parking, and then have the road.
If you look at the prices, it has that in there, and we can widen some. We got to be careful because that's drainage from the freeway. There's no drains in the freeway itself. All that water comes off the freeway and down that cut ditch and down that drain. There's a big pipe that goes under the road down where you come off the off ramp and goes back to the.
Because I'm just looking at, we need to have some more parking up there in that area, because I mean, nobody goes up to the far end to park if they're going to be on the river or picking up people. They're all down there conglomerated around where we've got the trash, the poop spots. What are they called?
Porta potties.
Porta pots, thing. But there is one that's called the poop stop.
This phase one, I will be able to widen it a little bit, just like Deep Creek. If anybody's been on Deep Creek,
Yeah, we do.
Since we paved it, you can drive past each other, and that's just from us utilizing the road and paving it. So we'll do something similar there. So we'll get a little bit wider, but it won't.
We own to the
The
fence
next
line.
phase would be really widen what we can on there. And I've been approached more than once on widening as much as we can on that.
So
Like on
basically,
the-
we're going to overlay basically the road and put a little bit extra on the side where we want to have the loading areas. Is that correct?
As much as we can, yeah, as much as we can for this price. So.
Okay.
So that option A is really the first phase, correct?
Space one.
Yeah.
Yes.
The others are for additional phases and widening and adding additional paved parking and such. I don't know that. I mean, that would be nice someday, but it's not urgent. The more urgent it would be that first one.
I was going to say, are we going to spend
Not now. We're not.
$300,000 on
No,
that?
we've only allocated 100.
I thought it was 150.
You've done a great job
It was 100
explaining
total.
each phase and helping at least me see the vision. And eventually, hopefully, we can get to phase 3 where it becomes a Taggart River Park, right?
Right.
And maybe somehow brings in some revenue to the county. It could be a nice
Bring in a
area.
lot of
I mean,
money.
if you've been up to Flaming Gorge and done their river, and they've got a nice
It's bringing
in and
in a lot of
out,
money?
and
It's bringing in a lot.
How?
Through sales tax.
we don't get any sales tax.
We do too. If she goes and books them, we get sales tax.
For the trips that we run from Taggart to Morgan, we do, and for the rentals that we rent out of our store in Morgan, we do. I don't know how the other businesses are set up, but my assumption is that at least 2 of the other businesses should be Morgan County sales taxable for everything they do.
Right, and they're not.
So
what
we can
sales
talk-
tax would you say you pay a year on this?
I don't have that number handy, but I know that it has increased this year significantly over last year and previous years.
So you get TRT taxes, you get the added visitors go to Taggart's.
We do send a lot of people to Taggart's. We run a full day trip where we start in Hennifer, so that rafting trip is actually not Morgan County sales taxable. That one's Summit County sales taxable, but we stop under the bridge at Taggart's. Guests get off, we drive them over to Taggart's Grill, and they eat lunch at Taggart's Grill, and then we take them the rest of the way down to Morgan after that on our full day trip. So that one I can look into how many people we send there, but I don't know how much money they're spending at Taggart's Grill. They just pay Taggart's Grill restaurant while they're there on their own separately. But there is something I would like to point out. On one of the days that we were there, just one random sample Saturday, I counted, and it was verified with the other person that was there with me, 1,707 people at Taggart's River Access site between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. And my guides told me that the following day, which was a Sunday, had a lot more people than that. And while we're there trying to do education and outreach and safety kind of stuff with folks, communicating with them, a lot of our time is spent doing traffic control. We can focus more on safety if the signs and the painted lines can do the traffic control. And I mean, that's a lot of people for one site in a short period of time. And maybe some of them are spending money in Morgan. Maybe some of them aren't. But the more we take these steps towards improving it, the more that will increase.
Donna or Brett, one of your phases, and forgive me for not knowing which it was, the loading area where it's widened there. I'm assuming that the paving for that was not in that first section. Is that right, Brett?
You save the road, but what I can do on that, I could shorten it up a little bit to the, not quite go to the bridge and put a little more money on it.
That's what I was kind of wondering. Like, if we could get that loading zone done, and a little bit of money for striping, and go as far as that $100,000 will get us. Let's make that nice through that first section.
Rotate it.
Yeah, through there.
Yeah, so this dark area, I think if we can just start in that dark heat, that will give us our biggest bang for the buck with traffic flow. Because all the time, like there, that's where it's congested, and why get all the way up to the Taggart's Bridge and parking. So if we don't have enough money to do the whole stretch of my vote would be to focus on this dark heat.
Yeah, that's one thing I can do is shorten the road up some and then put it there. And this
put it
price
there.
doesn't include striping, but I'm not sure how I'd price that out yet until we get a little further. But the crosswalks, I could put those in just for the cost of the paint. My guys can do that.
Would it make sense, Brett, to like use barriers or something to separate that loading zone, or would that just cause more of an issue?
Be careful with barriers, how you put them. I mean, I talk how you put them in traffic flow because it can be a hazard,
Put a few more signs, just, a few more signs along here, just indicating that that's.
Or maybe some of those, what are those like candlestick type ones that,
You
I'm
can put
talking
those
like the
portable.
fiberglass ones that are small, but we could put a few of those along there too.
Yeah, those.
Tell somebody runs.
Delineation.
Yeah, I mean, they probably will.
Striping,
You hit them
do
with a
bunch.
snowplow.
If we striped, it'll be a bunch, but I'm not sure. I can come back with that price, in the later spring when we get it done. And I did have a conversation with Parsons about timing on this. This would have to be a pretty early project to get ahead of it, and they're mindful of that. So we could get it done. It'd be May if the weather was good. The weather would be dictating how much we could get done, but possibly we could get it done before Memorial Day if the weather cooperates. So striping, I mean, I could have a price after we get it widened and know how wide we can go and how far we're going to go, and I can come up with that price after we get it paved, probably, or somewhere in there.
Your mouth to God's ears. Buy Hennifer. I'll take Hennifer all day long.
Yeah, we'll buy it like some county buying us.
I'll take it.
We'll start
So
buying.
the reason he's saying that, just if you're not aware, the sales tax is paid where the tour starts. And so because most of these tours are starting just inside Summit County, like a few
500
hundred
feet.
feet into Summit County, they're
And
paying
seeing-
the sales tax to Summit County.
And that
We've
is-
addressed that. We went
yeah.
up and sat down with them many years ago and talked to the Summit County Commission about that. Of course, to them it's not a problem. To us, it is, because the other thing that comes down from Summit County is all the trash and garbage and everything else, and the drunks. Because by the time they hit Morgan County, they've had a few more to drink. So we deal with the river problems. We deal with the river rescues. Summit County rarely does a rescue there because people aren't needing it that early. But
And that is one thing that I've been working on is that point of sale, because most of us that are in business, we do it from the point of where we sell it, not from where the tour begins. So I've been working with some legislators on that to get that changed.
That would actually, okay, that's a total sidebar, but that would actually really hurt us here in Morgan.
Why?
Because a lot of our businesses are owned by entities outside of Morgan. But I can
sell the product, outside of Morgan.
Yeah.
It's a two-edged sword.
So while we can't necessarily buy Hennifer or receive sales tax for all those tours, we can work with Summit County's Chief Nielsen, and they're joining the team to be Weber River ambassadors, and they've agreed to have a presence up in Hennifer, which, right, I mean, that's how we mitigate some of the problems, is talking to people before they get on the river with all their trash, and talk to them to help them get set up before they start their trip. So that's something that we can do now, and that's free. And that's, I mean, based on the years of conversations we've been having with them, they're willing to participate. So.
Cool. I would totally support. We've been talking about this for 3 years since we got the CARES Act funding, and we haven't moved on it because there's been other things we've had to move on. So I think we ought to move on this and start working. I would suggest doing what we talked about most recently, which would be try to get that loading area as cleaned up and delineated and widened as we can. We can add the lane, add the paint, whatever we can do for that 100,000 that we have allocated.
So do you want me to bring a budget adjustment to next meeting?
I think we should.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm kind of with Mike. I think if that 100,000 is allocated in there, I think we focus in that purple area. I think spend everything we can there to make that the best we can, and then kind of grow from that point. I think that seems like that's where the choke point is. That's where all the issues really lie. And if we spend that money there, start getting that cleaned up, hopefully that'll draw even more people. They'll come, drink after they leave, so we don't have to deal with the problem.
Go
but
back to Park
make it
City,
a good
yeah.
experience so we don't have a big traffic jam sitting right there and lots of problems. People can get in and out. If we have emergency services having to get in there, it's quick, easy, get people in and out. And so I think we focus right in that spot.
What fund am I putting this in?
I agree with that. It's a great place to make improvements. My family uses it a lot, and it's very crowded.
It deserves to be a family-friendly facility, and it's actually improved since COVID. COVID and the year after were the worst I've seen, and it's improved since then on all fronts, with the partying, the garbage, the lewdness. It's all slowly improving, and the education and outreach and the presence, especially now, is helping all of that.
How often are you out there during the summer?
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, Swiftwater Rescue Team was out for 5 days last summer, and I was there for each of those days. But my business runs every day in the summertime, and so I have employees. I have 30 River Guide employees, 12 of which are Morgan County residents, and collectively,
I think
we're
my
there
son
every day,
used to
all
be
day
a
long.
river guide for you.
What's his name?
Tyler.
Oh
Walker.
yeah, excellent.
Well, there's a
Yeah, we
conflict
want
of
him to
interest
come
right
back.
there.
So
He's on his mission right now.
Right. Next year. He'll be back next year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're waiting for him. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve a budget amendment and the work to be done at the Taggart area to improve the loading area, including paving and striping.
Including paving and striping?
Including whatever can be
Up,
done.
up to $100,000.
Okay.
Up to $100,000 worth of
And
work there.
What fund?
We almost ought to set up a separate fund for this area if we're going to do,
Leslie
right?
loves
Special
that.
Leslie's going to
projects.
love that. Sorry.
Don't we have a special project fund?
Could we
I
set
just
up?
noticed you're here. Sorry.
Could we set it up as a sub fund in parks
Yeah, you
That
could
would
do
be
that.
easier.
That'd be fine.
into itself, just like the other ones do? Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Don't listen to Boyd.
Yeah, don't listen to it.
What was that? Boyd?
Okay, that was my motion. Sorry.
I'll second it.
Say you can, I will.
We second it.
We second it.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I do want to state a concern that has nothing to do with this. It has to do with the CARES Act money. That money was designated to be spent by the end of this year. You have other departments that have not spent all their money, and I don't want to start a precedence of, oh, well, I had it earmarked 3 years ago, and therefore I can come back and use it. So that's my concern with the doing the
Thanks.
budget. Just has nothing to do with
Really
this
appreciate
because
it.
I think it's a great project.
Thank you.
Janelle,
Can you give us a number on that?
on who's got money left?
The
Now,
money that's left.
I can next meeting.
We'll still have.
We'll put it more into.
Are
this
you doing
budget.
BOE? Katie is? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn as a county commission and convene as a Morgan County Board of Equalization.
Second.
Aye.
Good evening.
BOE.
Good evening, Commissioners. We're just bringing to you this evening the late appeals for BOE as well as the stipulated amounts that people have gone through and appealed this year so far. We did have to apply for an extension with the state to extend to December 15th due to the volume increase in the Board of Equalization, and that was approved by the State Tax Commission. So we'll be bringing a different set. We did WPR separate. They were kind of the mass volume in that, and we did them separate to try to keep things cleaner, and that will be coming to you at a later date.
So just so we kind of understand why we're both here. One thing that we have discussed is for checks and balances, the auditor is actually supposed to be the facilitator of the Board of Equalization, not the assessor. And so we wanted to make sure that the information through the Board of Equalization, that it was touched by the auditor and not the assessor. So we have had to change a couple things around just to make sure that we are in compliant with state code and that we're making sure that we're doing our practices correctly. So that is why Katie is kind of facilitating that. And commissioners, I just really wanted to publicly thank the efforts that the clerk auditor has put towards the Board of Equalization as well as the assessor's office. We have had a lot of Board of Equalization that has been very challenging this year, as well as we have changed a lot of our procedures to make sure that we're being compliant. So that is why we are here together, just to kind of give more information. We have been teaching Katie all of our assessor code so she can be also making sure that in the tax roll that it is valued correctly. So she has lost her voice, and that is why I am talking. So we will kind of start going through which ones. We had 3 late appeals in this section. We can kind of go over the first one. What is on there, the first one?
Mountain Builder.
Sorry,
So-
Mountain Builder Investments.
Okay, So the Mountain Builder is one that is a subdivision that was broken off for 2025. They also put through on May 16th, they put through a Greenbelt application, which was missed by the assessor's office. So we are calling that an error and omissions. So it does need to be put back into Greenbelt instead of having a lot value for each one of them. There are 7 lots in this. It's a 14 acre. They are compliant to be able to go through Greenbelt. They are adjacent to each other, and they will qualify for Greenbelt. So that would just be opened as individual. If you would open that one for the Board of Equalization, then the assessor's office will make that change.
I have a question on that one.
Yes.
Is that the one across from by Richville Lane?
It is.
Okay, so did we take into account the road that they put in there?
So they did the road. This is something that will need to be discussed. They did the road after January 1st of 2025. So we are going to be rolling that back. The part that the road is made into those 2 parcels, we will be rolling that back for 2026. So we won't be doing it through the Board of Equalization. We'll be actually just doing a rollback in 2026 year for those 2 parcels that are hit. So that is the first item. And then you get to decide, because you're the Board of Equalization, whether you open it up or whether you deny that.
When you say open it up, that's just to go back to you?
Exactly. For the county. To go back to me to be able to make that error and omissions and claim that it was an error that needed to be fixed.
You suggest we do each of these items separately?
We have to.
Yes, we have to.
Okay, so
And so if you do open it, it goes back to her, and then it'll come back to the commission for final change.
And then we'll have the approval through the Board of Equalizations once the changes have been made.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we open CR 25-03 BOE.
Second.
Late appeal request for Mountain Builder Investments.
Oh, Matt, your mic's not on.
Have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So that's going to be the same for the first 3 then?
Okay, thank you.
Just
Yes,
open them up.
so that is all. There's 7 of them that have for that.
Okay.
And the next one.
I'm scrolling.
Yeah, you're good.
Did I pass
I know
it?
we have lots of paperwork.
Mountain Builder. Mountain Builder. Mountain Builder. Mountain Builder.
97.
Jameson, here we go.
Sorry. Not quite
97 is Chad's.
Right. So this one is a late appeal. So basically what a late appeal means is it is past September 15th when we have our lien date to be able to do the Board of Equalization. Any taxpayer has the right to do a late appeal until March 31st of the next year, if they have a conditional space of where they need to be able to qualify for a late appeal. So with this, they're actually asking for primary. They were put into non-primary, and the assessor's office did not receive a primary residential exemption until we got it July 28th of 2025. And in that, we have an email that's stating that he understood that it would be for the 2026 year. He then has stated later that they did not go through the Board of Equalization, but their extreme situation was that they had a baby on September 12th. Is that the right one? Different.
This is Whiting.
Oh, so this is basically saying that it was understood, and then he came back and said that he did not actually say that it was for, that he did not understand that it was not for the 2025 year. So the time has passed, but if we need to open it up for the extreme situation, which I don't know what that was.
So I have a question. When they do that, they want to have it opened up because it's late. Is there a cost to them to do this?
No.
Okay,
No,
so
but
in other
there-
words, we're just basically, when we do this, open it up to come to you, I mean, the whole county could do that.
Well, there's no cost to BOE, period.
Right.
It also
But I
has
just
to
wonder
be-
about this late. Why do we have to have a late? Just plain do it.
State statute.
State code, yeah, yeah.
But it is
The
limited.
PT10A
and I
form.
think that's what Katie's
Okay.
going to talk about.
So there's 4 reasonings in that paragraph where it starts the Board of Equalization. Let me grab my. Says the Board of Equalization will accept a late filed request for review of locally assessed real property if you can show that the county, by its act or failure to act, interfered with your right to notice and a hearing, or that the county's records for the property contain a factual error, or that a medical emergency, a death, or another extraordinary and unanticipated circumstance occurred during the Board of Equalization period and prevented you and any co-owners from filing an appeal by the deadline, which the deadline was September 15th. So in our view, and talking with the state on these late appeals and trying to kind of learn this, where my duties lie and things like that, and talking with Patrick Lamika from the state, is they have to qualify under these circumstances.
So
Ultimately,
what kind of period do they have?
They have till March.
March 31st to a late appeal.
No, you said
Being of where they want. So May
said
22nd.
September 15th.
Right. So May 22nd, the assessor places value to a home, right? So I have to have the assessment May 22nd. Then we have until basically the 1st of August, late July, 1st of August, that the disclosures are sent. We then have 45 days or more, which we did this year, 45 days to appeal, which is September 15th. September 15th is the deadline to appeal any values or assessments that the Board of Equalization can open.
Unless there's a
Unless there's one of the
extraordinary and anticipated circumstance.
correct.
So I'm not. I know this one isn't the baby, but I'm trying to figure out how a baby being born is a 45-day period of.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, that's that's per state statute.
Okay,
But
so
it's,
what is the extraordinary circumstance? I couldn't find any extraordinary.
Quite honestly, there's really not. It really doesn't
I
qualify or.
I
fall
have
into
them all
this. Oh.
if you'd like me to go through it. So this is Rule 84-24P-66, and it's the County Board of Equalization Procedures and Appeals pursuant to the statute itself, and so they have their own regulatory rules. And this is under, well, that the section I gave
Are
you.
you reading what the Whiting stated?
It just says county interference.
Oh, county interference. I don't know that there's county interference.
It says see
because
stat statement, but I couldn't see.
I didn't get an attached statement.
yeah, I think that was just the general.
His emails were the attached statement showing his communication with Holly Wild in the assessor's office and him stating that he understood it, and then he came back in November and said that he didn't understand that and didn't. That's what he did not mean that by his email. That was all his and I do have that printed out if you guys would like to review that. That was his attachment.
I guess my question is at some point we have to kind of rely upon you guys and your expertise in, is this legit, not legit?
So one thing that we really try is, I feel like we have a lot of opportunity to take care of situations. There are some that maybe are going to slip through. But we have until September 15th of that year to make any changes. They can go online and look at their disclosures. They can go and see what their tax notices are. As of putting in the assessment, and once we start having our tax, the clerk auditor putting in our taxes, they can start making payments at any time as well. You're right, it is due November 30th, but I feel like that the county gives ample amount of time and opportunity to be able to make any adjustments that are made. And, you know, as the assessor's office, we very much try to wiggle room, if you may. We try to make sure that if there is ways that we can make it compliant or we can change things, that we try to.
So I'm still not understand what they're asking for. Just
They're
a waiver on
asking
late
for
fees?
primary.
Oh,
They're
okay.
asking for you to change their non-primary status to primary. That's what he's asking.
Which we can't do unless the Board of Equalization opens up their appeal.
Because they waited too long.
Correct.
Yep, and because I can't touch the tax roll per statute.
Yeah.
And so he, go ahead.
He says county interference. Did it contain a factual error?
No, we had it set. We got it July 28th, so we have already put through our assessment, and the only way of changing that.
Okay, so he had the form and everything. Okay.
And if you want, I can go over where we can open the board. Would that be helpful if I go through this rule, or do you think you have enough information already?
Yeah, go through it.
So it talks about the property owner was incapable of filing an appeal as a result of a medical emergency to the property owner or an immediate family member of the property owner during or within a reasonable time before the appeal period, and no co-owner of the property was capable of filing an appeal. And so I guess
time before the appeal period.
Right. And then B says the property owner or an immediate family member of the property owner died during or within a reasonable time before the appeal period, and no co-owner of the property was capable of filing an appeal. C, the county did not comply with the notification requirements of, and then it cites the state statute 59.2.919.1, which is mailing out the notice. D, a factual error is discovered in the county records pertaining to the subject property, or, and then it says E, the property owner was unable to file an appeal within the appeal period because of extraordinary and unanticipated circumstances that occurred during or within a reasonable time before the appeal period, and no co-owner of the property was capable of filing an appeal. When it continues on later, it says that if you do open the BOE, the County Board of Equalization shall prepare its decision in writing, stating the reasons and statutory basis for the decision. So it's not a how do I feel necessarily. We would have to do something in writing and make those findings on the record, citing back to the statute. So I just wanted to throw that out. That's what gives us the consistency over time, regardless of who the applicant is that's filing the late application.
Garrett, does it define factual error?
It does. So earlier, I was reading from subsections 12 through 14, but subsection 1, it defines factual error, and then it also says factual error does not include, and it lists a bunch, but it goes over 2 pages.
Primary is that it was a primary residence and not a secondary residence be a factual error or a non?
So it could be a factual error. So that's B2C is the primary exemption. However, thanks to Janet, she pulled up some of these state tax commission decisions, and the Utah State Tax Commission decision, April 15th, 2024, for the tax year 2023. The commission first held that the primary residential exemption is application-based in County 1 pursuant to an ordinance allowed by the statute. It is the property owner's responsibility to file the exemption application and provide required documentation. And my understanding is that they did, for the 2026 tax year, but the tax roll had already closed for 2025. And so it's not automatic if the county has an application-based residential exemption. And in my discussions with Janelle, the county, we do have that. And so even if they qualify, if they haven't filled out the application, it's not automatic. They have to proactively get that submitted. And so
We also try as well, for a courtesy, to try and send out applications to each new development if they have a new home or if they have a new deed that is transferred. We do try to send out a new application to them.
And he got that.
He just got it he just signed it in July.
So it's after the May deadline where it establishes it.
But he knew he should.
And he did have the right to be able to put that application in, but with the disclosure, he could have seen that it was a non-primary and still could have appealed before September 15th.
So in the tax commission's decision, it says it's the property owner's responsibility to file the exemption application and provide required documentation. Because the owners never filed the application, they did not qualify for the exemption for 2023. So kind of similar in this case, they didn't file it before the deadline, they didn't appeal. So, but they've submitted it now, so it's good for the next year, just not for the year that they didn't do the application.
For 2026 year, it has been changed, but I mean, that's one thing. It's totally up to the Board of Equalization to make that ruling.
So then his taxes on this for this year is as a secondary home? Correct. Which is pretty high.
It's $8,000.
Yeah.
It's a lot higher.
How long has he lived in the home?
It was a brand new house for 2025.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty cut and dried, though. If you had the notice and you didn't come in and file it, that's on you. I mean, I understand, but if we did that for every person who just failed to fill out the paperwork, we'd be inundated with this kind of stuff. There's a certain point where you have to draw a line. To me, this one doesn't qualify under the criteria that you read.
Could he go back and define more what?
So with the Board of Equalization,
are?
With the Board of Equalization for the county, they still have the ability to file to the state. And what we will do, if it's opened, then we will look at it. But if it's not open and it stays closed, then we will send a letter out, and then they have the ability to go through the state, and then the county will recommend why we made the decision.
I think we ought to let the state decide.
That would be my recommendation, because there isn't something, and I know I'm not the assessor or anything, but just reading the rules, if you leave it up to the state, they deal with a lot of these, and if they miss, or if we miss something, then they can correct it on their end. If we were to open it up and fail to cite a statutory basis for opening it up, then we're ignoring the statutes as well. And that puts it back on
that
us.
I feel like we could cite.
Right.
And then we're not setting a precedence for opening stuff up that doesn't qualify.
That's right. Or if we open it up and then it starts going through, and you know how much work is going from the county side and from the applicant side, thinking, oh, now I can do this. But if the state, if there's an appeal to the state and the state makes the ultimate decision, that's a lot of extra effort put in where the state makes the final decision.
Did someone read to us the attached statement, section 1?
There isn't one.
From
There was not one provided to me.
Well,
That says?
Katie said it was the emails.
Has paper copies if you'd like them.
Does it say anything that we should be aware
That's
of?
all the attached proof is just the emails. corresponding back and forth between him and the assessor's office. That's the only attached proof.
But he's not saying there's an extraordinary circumstance in there.
He just said he understood, but then he said, "Oh no, I don't understand." Didn't understand. I understood it was for Dr. 25. And he said, "No, I didn't understand it. That's an extraordinary circumstance. It's a misunderstanding of the email." It's how I
Yes,
heard it.
correct. Yep.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move that we do not open CR 25-04-BOE.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Did you get that over there?
Yeah. Yeah. Got it written down. Yes. Yeah.
Who is he talking to?
Double duty. Double duty. This one is from Chad Peterson. His reasoning for wanting to apply for this late appeal is due to claiming that the disclosure notice from the clerk's office was not received due to return to sender. But in the state code there again, it does say in the bottom portion, it talks about the failure of the U.S. Postal Service to deliver. That doesn't fall on the county. I'd have to read it.
It says failure of the U.S. Postal Service to deliver a correctly addressed tax notice is not cause for the Board of Equalization to accept a late filed request for review of locally assessed real property, nor does your absence from the state by itself constitute an extraordinary or unanticipated circumstance.
So what is the situation on this one as far as, is this the same thing,
So
secondary?
it is similar. Yep, it's going from secondary that he wants primary status. It is saying that we do have a deed that went through January 23rd of 2025 that had his address on Highway 66, and then in August 12th, so that would have been after he got or disclosures were sent out, but August 12th is when he changed the address to his P.O. box.
He didn't pick it up.
So
Did it get- oh,
the
so
one
it got
thing that
changed to the
I
post
guess
office
needs to
box.
be noted as well is even on August 12th, you know, we could he still was in the right to be able to do an appeal until September 15th.
So do we know for sure if it ever did get to him? We don't know.
When we're talking to Leslie, she said there was no returned mail.
That she could find. Okay.
Did he get his,
He did get his tax notice. So, yes, he did get the tax notice. But that would have been sent. Do you remember when they were sent? Mid-October.
So it was after the address
And after he had changed the address.
but did he get his preliminary one, the whatever you call that,
Notice.
yeah.
tax notice.
The tax notice of what?
That's what he's saying. That's
He
what
didn't
he's
get-
stating is he's saying that he didn't receive it, but we do not have evidence of a returned mail for it.
And that was my understanding, because I've spoken to Chad a few times about it, and he's like, I guess he's missed quite a few, not from the county, but just mail in general. I'm like, it seems to be kind of a pattern around here. I mean, we couldn't even get the post office to send out our county fair notices to Croydon. So how does that, I mean, where it says failure of the U.S. Postal Service correctly addressed, but I guess my issue with that, just that thing there, is where we have problems with our post office delivering pretty much everything around the county. And so, I've had to call my supply house. Will you send me, I need an email because I didn't get it because I don't know where it is. And I get them every single month, and all of a sudden I don't get one. And when you spend thousands of dollars a month, you're like, well, where'd my bill go? And then all of a sudden it doesn't show up, or packages, and then just talking to him, I'm like, I kind of feel your pain because we have an ongoing problem with our post office. And so, but how would that look if we do have an ongoing problem with our post office? If we open this and it goes to the state, are they just going to kick it right back out because?
Not
Or-
necessarily.
I'm just curious because I'm like, are they going to look at that? Because I read that sentence. I'm like, well, that's pretty cut and dried. But I look at it as like, we have a problem with our post office, and the whole county knows about it.
The one thing I think where it maybe education is to all patrons is that we do have a county website, and please use it, because there's any time that you would like to go look at your parcel, you can go look at that parcel, and it will stay what the latest tax notice is. So if we have any questions, that's one thing, like, we want to make sure that we're, in compliance and that we're right. But by all means, if you have an issue, feel free to look at the website, but also feel free, if you need to call the assessor's office or the clerk auditor or the recorder, every one of us will help you, or even the treasurers. We are here to help the patrons make sure that they have the right information. And if it's addressing, we'll get you to the right space. But I mean, if it's valuation on the Board of Equalization, then we'll want to make sure we go through the right process.
Does he have proof it was returned to sender, or is he just speculating?
He's just stating he did not receive it.
That one's hard because if we had proof, that's easy. I mean,
And
we
it
do
would
know
fall-
though that the post office is.
But it states
we
right
had
there.
issues with it.
Right, under 12C, it's that the county did not comply with the notification requirements, not the post office. There is, Janet was able to pull another state tax commission decision that is pretty on point, and it talks about how she submitted no evidence showing that the county mailed the notice to the wrong address or otherwise failed to comply with notice requirements. And the final holding was the assertion from a property owner that they failed to receive a valuation notice on its own without establishing an address error on the part of the county has never been a basis to allow a late filed appeal. So that's how the state tax commission handles it. Once again, if it's, if we can't find a way to, in writing, cite some statutory basis for opening the BOE, they can still go to the state and plead their case there, because maybe the state's like, we're wrong here. We need to overturn our precedent in cases where there's issues with post office or whatever their finding may be. But I don't know that from the county's perspective that I could articulate a way or help the commission articulate a way knowing how the state tax commission has ruled.
Okay.
But you were also saying that not necessarily that the state would just kick it out because the post office. I mean, but you're saying, how do we articulate that?
Well, no, I'm saying that I don't think that the county.
We don't have to articulate it.
We
if
don't
it
have
goes
to
the
articulate it.
state.
We just deny it, let the state figure it out, and the state may say, you know what?
No, but if we were to approve the opening it, then we have to articulate
exactly
why. But according to this right here, the post office doesn't
count.
Doesn't
count. It's not one of the reasons.
I just want you to know the process. So I send out disclosure notices mid-July. If they do come back undeliverable from the post office, I give them to the recorder's office. They do research, they try to locate the person, they look to see if an address has been changed. They will give them back to me if that's the case, and I will send it out to the new address. If it comes back and they say we can't find it, I still send it back out again. Maybe it'll get delivered this time. And the other comment I wanted to make was I got an disclosure returned to me yesterday from the post office. I sent those out mid-July. So they're still coming back to me.
Gosh.
See, and that's my frustration. It's like he may never have gotten it, and I don't know. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we have a problem with our post office, and I know the state says that it doesn't count, but our post office has a major issue, and we can't control the post office. There's nothing.
So if we
can
open
do.
it, what is the process then? Then who looks at the situation?
Well,
Then it goes back
I
to
have
you.
the opportunity to look at the situation.
And then you make a decision.
I will make the
And then
decision.
you send it back to us to
and then
say-
you get to approve or deny. I think the only thing that needs to maybe be discussed on this is we have to have some sort of a time continuum. It can't just go forever. There is deadlines for a reason, and we want to make sure that we're being as compliant to everyone as we can. We want to make sure that we're being fair and equitable to every patron that we have, to every taxpayer that we have. And there is a deadline for a reason. And just like there's a deadline to pay your taxes on November 30th. So, I mean, just kind of keep that in mind. And I agree that there are circumstances. We have also had a lot of problems with the mail and the USPS with the Rome subdivision, as you know. But I still see a lot of them going through, and they're still paying their taxes as well. So, I mean, there's opposition in both circumstances.
I would.
I don't think we have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, I would totally agree with opening it because of the issues with the postal office, but it sounds like the statute doesn't allow you to do it based on the post office.
Right.
I hate that, but I don't know what else to do.
It's not strict, though. It just basically says it is not cause for the Board of Equalization.
So, but it basically comes down to, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we do open it, it goes to you and then you come back to us, and we can either approve or deny the change.
Right.
So really, but then are we setting a precedence of all you have to do is say the post office didn't work?
Exactly.
You know?
That's why I think it's great to let the state decide.
Well, I mean, people, like you said, need to be responsible. They know these are coming out. They can do their research and call or figure it out.
That's what I said. As of January 1st, you're more than welcome to call me, and we can start working through the year.
My son's getting to learn the lesson the hard way. Same situation.
Really? See in here?
He didn't realize till his title company paid for, the mortgage company pays for him, and then when he got the final one, he didn't get the other one.
And it's double the tax value.
Basically double it.
Well, I hate that the postal service is a potential problem here, but I don't see any other solution, so I'm gonna make a motion that we do not open CR 25-05-BOE.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton,
I'll second it.
second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you guys for going through that. And then what we're going to do now is this list that we have. This list is all of the changes that were made through the Board of Equalization. A lot of them, because we've kind of talked about this, we have changed the way of building any new developments that are going through, as well as if there is a deed that is transferred, we're placing things as non-primary so that then they make sure that they sign their primary residential exemption, because it's such an important document to be able to put that. So there is a lot of changes that are, as you can see, like the PRE, that is the change for a lot of them. If there is a value change, it actually says where the values were changed, whether they were just on the home, whether we got a appraisal, or whether we were able to stipulate as the assessor's office.
So PRE means primary.
Primary residential exemption.
There's 23 of those on here from my count.
So-
and these are all people who did it in time.
And
appealed
did it in time
and
on the
got it done.
before September 15th, that they submitted their paperwork and said, this is my primary, I'm living here 183 consecutive days.
So this one is approving the stipulations, correct?
So this is approving all of the changes that we've made. It is basically 50% of where we are with the Board of Equalization right now. As we talked about, that right now that we do have a late appeal through the state to be able to extend because of the situation that we're in, trying to make sure that the hearing officer was able to hear the information, and that the assessor's office was able to get some information that we didn't have acquired previously before we made the assessment.
So you'll still come back with another list at some point?
Yep, it will be another fun one.
Yay. Okay.
Janelle, will you just take one of these names and just walk through it? Line by line?
Sure. Which one would you like me to do? Okay, well, we'll just pick because, so Joe MacArthur, that's the brown, it's like kind of a brown or orange. What they did was that their home was non-primary. So it went from the BS and the LS that you can see. Those are saying that they're secondary, and then they're changing to BR, which is a primary residence. So that's residential, and that's the B is their building and the L is their land. And so the value did not change. It just basically changed the taxable value because we went from a non-primary status to a primary status. And that's where you see the first column where it says market difference, that it's 0, and then the taxable value, which would change to basically $401,000 and some extra. So that's giving them that 45% exemption, and then that's not changing the market value.
Thank you.
And then that's one thing, because I know that Commissioner Fackrell was talking about towards the end at the total, because we all love totals. But with that total, that's why the market value changed the 2 million total, and then the taxable changed basically to 10 million, and that's why, because there was a lot of primary changes from secondary status to primary status.
That 2.7 million tells me that you're pretty spot on with your assessments.
I thank you.
So
we really try hard.
And that number would be much larger if it wasn't.
And one thing that I just really want to hone in on is my staff is amazing. We really have worked so hard. And I know that our BOE is double of what it has been in previous spaces. I know we were kind of talking about whether we should say it, but yeah, we had 109 total appeals, and we have 46, well, technically 8,500 parcels that could have been appealed.
Wow.
So we are growing in our appeal space because we are getting in a tighter space. And people do bring in their disclosures, and which is helpful to us because those sales are invaluable to us, being the state that is not disclosed. Any information that we can get as a good sale is helpful to us.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve CR 25-06-BOE for the stipulations to date.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn as a BOE and reconvene as a county commission.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
May we take a quick break?
Sure. Take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you. And we're planning on December 2nd as the next BOE hearing.
It's in September. So.
December.
They just got it. Are you saying the BOE training? Yep, they just got it from UAC Friday. Do you want a snack on it?
Okay, we'll resume our meeting.
Vaughn, do you want to take this one? Okay. Is your mic on?
Yes, it is now. Okay. So we've been discussing generators, both at the fairgrounds and just kind of in general around the county. And our first thought a while back was a portable generator that could be used at the fairgrounds or wherever it's needed. Then as we started talking with Dave and kind of what was needed at the fairgrounds, what we have here that's already available, we had him kind of, by the time if we have a problem at the fairgrounds, you go get a generator, bring it down, hook it up, get all running. By then whatever you're doing is over and you've already got people out of the property. So our thought was originally looking at the generator at the fire station, moving it over to Brett's and putting a bigger one here that could run both the library and this building. Well, come to find out, the one here at the fire station is single phase and everything else is 3-phase. So that generator doesn't help us because it's too small to run everything we have here and at the library and the fire station. But Brett's building is 3-phase, so that generator is no good to move somewhere else. So we asked him, okay, what would the cost be to increase the size of the generator here to function for the library, the fire station, and the county building, and one over at Brett's facility, with the thought of if we do one at the fairgrounds, we could very easily just use a very small generator in place that would basically run lights, get people out of the fairgrounds, or if we want to continue, if it's a small little thing, we could continue to run the activity. And so this is where he came in with was either replacing the one here at the fire station, increasing it, one at Brett's, or leave the one currently here, install a new one at the library, and a new one at Brett's. So every year, we've had Brett come in numerous times asking for generators, so we kind of know where that one's going to lie. So he brought us some numbers to kind of see to where we're at. So that's what brought us to this point.
Pricey little things.
I priced one to do the job for Peterson Pipeline and about fell over when I looked at just what the price of the generators, what they've gone to. They've gotten expensive, especially when you start talking cold weather, high elevation, and if they're 3-phase, the price just skyrockets. I mean, you can see this one here that Kate has up, 130,000 watt natural gas to the library, automatic transfer switch, moving the CTs from inside to outside. There is no disconnect for the power to the library. You have to go inside the library. So basically, when you deal, I wish Boyd were here. Oh, because here you can answer this. My understanding from as an electrician is basically if that building were to catch fire, they're not touching it till the power company kills the power. They'll kind of keep it from spreading around, but they are not, because there's live power in that building. They're not going to dump it with water. And so am I correct on that? So basically moving everything outside to a disconnect. And when you start talking 800 amps, it gets expensive. I mean, that's a big service. One of our things, and Mike can kind of fill in on anything I forget, is looking at the library. Kind of the importance of that structure is it becomes kind of a place where we can house people, we can take care of people in a disaster, has functioning kitchens, has space where we can actually take care of people in an emergency. So that was kind of one of our thoughts of how do we get that thing powered up? Because right now we can't power it up. The conduits are there from the fire station, but then again, 3-phase, single phase, they don't really jive. So we have kind of a problem there. So
can we go and take the single phase one that we have here and put for the fairgrounds, since we only
it's way too big. And it's diesel. The problem you have with the diesel generator is you get what's called wet stacking, is if it just sits there at a low idle all the time, it doesn't completely burn the fuel and cause a lot of problems with the generator. So it needs to get up and run like kind of full power. You want it running. Where these natural gas ones, they don't have that problem. So this is a diesel generator here, so we have maintenance with that. They have to, stabilize the fuel. They got to take care of it, and it has a possibility of running out. Is one of the downsides of that generator. One benefit, if we were to, this proposal here is leaving that generator in place, is not touching that one. One thing we could do is possibly sell that one. That was one thing that Dave did bring up. We could sell that one, put a bigger one there, and feed over to their library, kind of do all three. So there is some.
Right now, the one at the fire station does feed some critical things in this building as well, like our server and a few other critical pieces of equipment over here. So that's another thought, if we did put a larger one there that could actually power all three buildings rather than just the one.
And so is this proposal here one of them that could do that? Yeah, the one here for the library.
The 130. No, that's just the library.
Yeah,
you'd be quite a bit more money if you replace it with one big enough to do all of them. Yeah, and that one's just on the road shop. In terms of priority, I don't know that. I mean, we've talked about it for the fairgrounds. I don't know that that's a priority because I don't see that as a. If you did have an emergency, it'd be nice to have some lighting for people to get out. But we don't use that facility near as frequently. The chance of a power outage is a lot less there. Really, probably more priority is that when the power's down for our road shop, those doors are super heavy. They're like 12 by 12 doors. And so they have a big steel pole, and it takes like 3 or 4 guys to grab that pole and push the door up, because there's not another way to get it up when the power's out. So that can be an issue if we have snow plows in there and we need to get them out. We can't get them out very easily.
And to go with the road shop, the other issue we have is those trucks are all plugged in the winter, and you go in there and power's been out all night. The trucks are cold. It's hard on them to start them. Things like that. So,
or they may not start.
They may not, if they're old, they may not start. But you're an old 730, so they're not going to start.
So the one that we have here currently is not adequate, or is it adequate for the fire station?
It's adequate for the fire station.
For what we're doing right now.
For what we're doing right now. It just won't power anything in addition to that. And I don't know that any of this is urgent. It's just, we talked about it and said, okay, let's talk about what our options are and what it will cost.
I don't see the option. One of the options we asked for was to have a pad and a connect put on every
and a connect. Yeah,
building and buy one generator.
We didn't get one for all of that, no. We can get
Yeah,
get
it was an
that.
option he put on there, option 2, but no
but then he
price
didn't
for
get us
option
the
2.
pricing on it. And we can ask him for that. We definitely decided that probably for something like the fairgrounds, that's not a great alternative, because by the time you get these generators, you don't just plug in as easy as plugging them in. I mean, it's
not over the Honda generator.
Yeah, it's a multi-step process to disconnect it from the facility. So if you had, say, a power outage at the fairgrounds and you were going to go get a portable generator from, say, the road shop, it'd probably take you an hour and a half to get it disconnected, moved over, and reconnected. And by then, your emergency's over at the fairgrounds because you got people evacuated, right? So for that particular facility, that's probably not a good alternative. But for emergencies, like for, if we wanted to use it at the library because we needed to have a kitchen and we needed to house people or whatever in an emergency, that could be a good system. And most of the time, maybe it lives at the road shop so that they can get doors open and stuff like that. But if you had an emergency and needed to move it, you could. So that is still an alternative or a thought.
We could ask him.
And we could ask him to get a quote for that. I don't think we were necessarily thinking that there would be any action on this
Just kind of
tonight.
bringing up, this is what we're looking at. What are our priorities as a commission? Do we want to do something where all 3 buildings come up to speed, or?
Do our schools have the backup generators?
I don't mind.
I don't think they all do.
Ours do or not?
That's a good question. I don't think they do, to my knowledge. But that's something we probably ought to do as part of our. Hey, Erica, do you happen to know, do the schools have backup generators? I didn't think so. That would be something we would keep as part of our emergency management assessment to know. So.
Can you talk in the mic?
Well, and if they did, they probably wouldn't be large enough to power the whole facility.
Typically whether it's even a hospital, it's only the life safety, people on heart-lung machines. And because I've done generators for the University Hospital. Yeah, it's very specific what is run on those. Just like your home, very few people have a home generator that's going to run everything as life goes on as normal. It's, fridges and freezers and what's that?
I said my neighbor does.
Yeah. And again, it depends on what
Probably
you
a
want
few
to
that
do,
do.
right? So,
Correct me if I'm wrong, Levon. These 2 proposals would allow both of these buildings to run at full, right? Both the road shop and the library.
correct. Yes. Yeah. They would run basically business as usual. I mean, my kind of thought is just from an electrician standpoint is if we're going to do something here, we ought to look at all 3 buildings. Like, is there something we can do with 1 unit? Because when you've got a diesel unit out there, I mean, just the maintenance on that. I know that Brett's talked about coming over and filling it with fuel and topping it off and treating the fuel, where if it's natural gas, it fires up, once a month, every 2 weeks, it runs through its cycle. It tells you that it's running good. Batteries are good, and then it shuts down. To look at something that would take care of all 3 buildings. Yes, it's bigger and it's more money, but it's 1 unit to maintain. It's all inclusive versus multiple units, which just becomes more and more expensive to take care of. So that's kind of my thought going forward versus a generator on each structure. Maybe look at, and again, I don't think this is something I don't think neither Mike or I thought tonight we need to decide. But let's get some ideas. Let's kind of, because if this building's going to get bigger, because that's another thing we're going to talk about tonight, is eventually a bigger building. Do we kind of look that direction at some point? How do we keep the critical things in this building functioning as we move forward?
So in that, can we, Chair, skip to number 9 and come back to the other ones?
Sure.
Okay. Leslie? No. There it is. There it is. Okay, I don't know if Leslie wants to give the explanation of why we completely disregarded our work session, or blamed us?
What do you want to do?
So essentially, we had another meeting, and it was called by Janelle, Sean, and
Not
Leslie. Or not? I thought you were there.
Janelle
Am
wasn't.
I cracking out? Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, Janelle.
We're not part of the cool kids.
It was me and Sean.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry. No, this is not in the packet.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we just got this yesterday.
So this is not for decision on the actual. This is more when we talked about the work session. At the work session, we were going to remodel the. Yeah. So now that it got brought up, and I'm probably messing this all up because I'm tired. That it wouldn't get us in compliance for Leslie's office and Koyan's office until the very, very end, like the project was completely finished. So that I went back to us building onto the back of the building. So the reason that the price is so high, and I know you haven't had any time to discern this, is essentially we'd be building on from the edge of Leslie's office all the way down the existing building, but we would only be improving Leslie's office, but we would have the shell unfinished of the other portion of the building. It would be built in a way that if we tore down this building, we could still retain that building. It's not like we'd lose it. But it would get us in compliance with the state for Leslie's office. What am I missing? So, oh, and then the price tag. He said, well, what do you estimate as something, as like a budget? And I said, I could reasonably, if we scraped together all of our pots and didn't have to dip into much of the general fund, we could have a budget of $650. And he was like, that's going to be really hard to do without, and so that's why we have this last section unfinished, but framed. So Blaine was in that meeting.
It'd be the whole length of the building out to the sidewalk.
From Leslie's office.
Yes, well, no, he was gonna put the whole shell in.
Correct.
But we're only gonna do Leslie's office at this point.
No, but you said the whole length of the building, which that's not
He's
factual.
putting in the whole, at least that's what he told us, is that he was gonna put all the way from the stairway
That's
down
correct.
to the sheriff's
Just the
office.
shell.
To
of-
Leslie's.
Yes.
No
the shell.
offices will be there. at
Correct.
this point.
That's
I'm just
correct.
saying he's not going all the way to the full length of the building because he can't do in front of the recorders because that's where our transfer station is.
Yeah, that
But
general.
it's 100 and something feet long is what it said, right?
Yeah.
31 to 108 feet.
So we're adding 3,000 square feet roughly.
100 feet by 30? Oh, I guess that would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty basic math on that one.
Yeah, that is.
What are your thoughts?
I like the idea of if we're going to add something that it can be retained if we tear this down, because that's been one of my big concerns is I hate to spend a lot of money on this building that we know at some point needs to be replaced.
Then we're locked into building something around what we have.
But yeah, you're right on that too. Then you're kind of like,
And I would say his price is actually below the cheapest residential building you can build right now. It's $194 a foot.
Yeah, a couple hundred square.
So I mean, when you look at the price tag, I mean, it's a lot of money, but it is. I just looked at that.
Of course, a lot of it's not
It's
finished.
3,348 square feet. No, it's not finished, but when you look at what we're having to do in there with the bolt-resistant glass and all the stuff we have to do to bring her into compliance, it's pretty inexpensive. Because the rest of it doesn't have to be, as we go forward, I don't think we have to bring it up to that. We can just make offices in there or whatever.
Yeah.
So the other thing is part of this would be taken care of by a grant from
No, the state will, the state, last time I talked to them, which has been a while, they told me they would pay 1/3 of the project for my office.
For your office.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be a major part of
Yes.
We figured about $639,000 would make her office.
I don't think they're gonna go.
Fudge those numbers.
So what's the price without doing that addition?
Oh, it's going to be about the same.
Well, my original, one of my previous
400?
drawings, it was 500
You were
some thousand.
500 something thousand just to come out.
So it's
at
like
your office.
150,000 more to add that rest of
Which
it.
to me is kind of a no-brainer for that extra space.
Yeah.
So we also do have the option, and I understand this is a bit of a Hail Mary, that the courts want a different court building as well to see if they want to pay for,
Renovation there.
say, 4/6 of that. And that can be their new court space.
Yeah, that's an option too.
But their price per square foot is gonna be really a lot more than that. Like 639. Like it's probably gonna cost the whole. Yeah.
I'm just getting concerned. Time is definitely of the essence. We have a general election next year. I have to have an election in June, and I do not want to be under construction for that. That will be an absolute nightmare.
Did he give any indication on how much time he felt like this would take?
He said we've got to get started like yesterday.
So we could get. He thought we could possibly get some footings in.
Yeah, like they want to
before
get
the
started
snow flies.
as soon as
Well,
possible.
either way, we've got to put it out to bid, right?
Right.
If we decide to go this route, we put it out to bid and get some proposals.
Right.
Select some.
He's also suggesting that we
how
do.
are you gonna do that with another, you know how this goes every time.
As a design builder,
It's a design build.
That's what
So then you're
he's-
gonna get 3 design builds.
That's what
and they're all
he's-
gonna come back with different designs. Even though you've got a footprint there, then we're comparing split unit systems.
I mean, alternatively, you take this to Wasatch Civil and have them draw it up and
But then it's
specify every item. But it's more. I mean, it's more money, but they could specify every single item and then you can send it out that way.
That's where I need your help because that stuff goes way over my head.
So we already, from what Kate was saying, we've already paid Adams for this.
Yeah, we've paid for his time because this is
So can we
this is
use-
version like 72.
We can use the plan.
Yeah.
That's
Without
not a
having to go to
problem.
And just watch Civil will do the engineer's
But this-
estimate.
But
Your question is, it's the
we get-
finishes
can
and
we-
stuff.
The finished specifications.
Yeah. What size of
What
heating
what
unit?
is? I guess we could take
Well,
their specified bid, even though people don't like you doing that, you know.
But he knew that when we.
Well,
he
you
knew
could-
that we were. He's 1,000% aware. I've been very upfront about the fact that no matter what you design, we're gonna have to go out for bid.
Okay, well then what we need to do then is get his specifications for all his finishes and put it as that's the standard right there. And then we can get 3 bids on that.
Obviously, without pricing, without his pricing, right? Just the
Send us over with the price, and then with that, we can sit down. We'll redact everything.
So do you need do we want to make an official motion on this? We probably should. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the initial design and plan for the clerk's office and building addition and put this out for bid.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed?
Thank you.
Thanks.
I really appreciate it.
I got in a lot of trouble for putting her so far at the end, but I did not think she would be here. So thank you, Chair, for saving me. So then F6. So on the the deputy fire chief right now has a salary of $44,064. Our fire marshal, because these are both paid part-time positions, have a salary of 46,000. Together combined, they're about 6,889.90 for the benefits. If we were to post that as a joint position, a deputy fire chief / fire marshal, it would increase what we would need from fund balance of 22,574.11 because it actually drops we'd take 17,064 that we'd save in the actual salary and we'd apply that to the benefits cost. So
Where are
it's,
the benefits so high?
I don't know. Well,
45%.
That's 60%.
Normal is 45, but with retirements, it just is.
Their retirement's going to be higher because it's the fire. It's kind of like the police.
The retirement is a shorter term.
It's a shorter term. It's 20-year versus 30-year.
Didn't they bump the new fire?
Well, and keep in mind, their benefits could change if you hire somebody that either doesn't take the insurance or takes it for an individual instead of a family. Because
right. So this is the highest.
This is calculated as a
worst
family.
case scenario.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, that's a really bad way to say it. Highest case scenario. We don't want some family. Oh, we're equal opportunity employer. Good grief. So just before we get it posted, I just wanted to give the option. We can try to fill for 2 paid part-times, or we can go for the merged position.
Can we legally have somebody that is a fire marshal and the deputy fire chief? I mean, can they have a combined
Yes.
role? Okay.
So Juab County is
A
this
lot of
way.
other places do it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, the main thing we're doing is we're basically making part-time into full-time and paying benefits.
Yeah, taking 2 part-time into 1 full-time.
And we're losing.
I'm sorry, what?
I say we're losing one of those 2 right now, right?
We're losing 2.
Because
Because Sean,
Deputy fire chief.
yeah, Sean said he was only giving us a year. He told us that last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he's pretty much already checked out, so. You can, because he's not punching hours.
I do think that you'll probably have more opportunity to hire one full-time person than 2 part-time for this type of a job, especially in our county. So, plus, I don't think it's a bad thing to have another full-time individual. Right now, we really only have 2. And that's not even that, really, right? I mean,
Well, because one's paid by the state, if that's your second, yeah.
So it's really one
Yeah.
that we employ.
Correct.
I mean, I can agree with you. My biggest problem is it just seems like we're making everybody full-time, all that extra.
We have
benefits,
moved some
everything.
positions from part to full-time, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think the ROI though on some of these positions and moving them from part to full-time is worth it, you know, and being able to retain people. I mean, our fire marshal has been with us forever. That's why, you know, I think we have a part-time fire marshal, but it's pretty rare to have a part-time fire marshal in other jurisdictions.
So my question is that proposed salary even gonna come close to what we
Yeah, that is commiserate of,
need to be able to
yeah, he
hire
did
somebody?
his research. Mhm.
Because that's my worry.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm going to make a motion on it, if that's okay.
Yep.
I move that we approve the budget change form to combine the fire marshal and fire deputy chief position from 2 part-time to 1 full-time position, and update the budget by $22,574.11.
And then
Sorry.
Yeah. So it's an increase from fund balance to the employee benefits, and then the rest of the employee benefits are coming out of the
Oh,
permanent
gotcha.
employee line.
Okay, so it's increasing by the 22,000 and then transferring 17,000 from permanent employees
Correct.
to employee benefits.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Do you want to speak? Oh, I guess that's one more. So the commission, Sean Rose, our recorder, brought forth in budget hearings for $10,000 for FY 2026 for a scanning project. And the commission decided to fund it this year, but he said there's no way he can get it prepped to get done by this year. So that money will roll back into fund balance. So he's asking us to budget for it for FY 26.
Makes sense. Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the budget adjustment form for $10,000 to move from the fund balance into 10-4144-260.
I'll second. Have a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, I'm going to have Erica speak to this one because this is her pet project, which I love.
First off, thank you for approving the full-time position. It's a lot easier to hold a full-time position here than to have part-time, because then they have full-time elsewhere, and their focus is usually with their full-time job, and we kind of get the shaft. So to kind of get the coverage that we need and the leadership that we need over at this station, we need that full-time position, so thank you. This Courageous Conversations class is kind of something I've been thinking about for a while. We just put into place, or are going to be putting into place, captains at the fire station, basically shift supervisors, right? That can kind of be that kind of go-between between just our basic firefighters and then us administrators up at the top. With that, just looking at how people interact with each other in general, as like managers down to like people down below, I feel like we could use a little bit of training. I've taken classes at hospitals, various places I've been that are very similar to this. And they basically just kind of go through and they teach you how to have those critical conversations with people, how to treat all of your employees equally, whether or not you're friends or you like them, or those kind of things, and how to have like not just shy away from conflict, but to engage it in a meaningful and helpful way, to kind of affect change and just kind of make sure that we kind of get engagement from our employees underneath us, and they don't leave conversations feeling like I did a bad job and I don't like him, right, or her, or however that goes. So I kind of did a little bit of research, talked to several companies, and this company that I found, COEM, does an 8-day course. It's their shortest course. They do 2, 3, 5-day courses, but they come in, they can do up to 30 people, and they have facilitators. They're giving us a little bit of a discount because we are a county, like a government entity, and they are giving us the books for free, which is great. But they come in, do a little bit of training, and then they kind of have just facilitated conversations between people. And you kind of just go through and practice, right? They'll give you like a situation, a sort of conflict, and then have you mitigate that and kind of give our managers the tools to have those conversations effectively. So my thought for this was, yes, it would be great for my captains and for the other admin at the station, but it would be, I think, beneficial for all of the department heads here in the county and anyone else that may want to do it. They'll hold up to 30 people for that day. And I think that it would be...
You said that day.
Yeah, so it's going to be an 8-hour day. So, sorry, an 8-hour day. So it's a 1-day, they do a 1-day, a 3-day, 5-day class. This is a 1-day, 8-hour class. Sorry for the confusion.
And it's here, or?
It'll be here. Yeah.
So why are we choosing them over a $1,400? Why are we wanting to pay $7,000 or whatever for?
I think you...
Oh, so it's $14,000 was the other, it might have been.
Right, you put, I think the confusion is here.
$1,250 for an 8-hour session.
I think she's missing a zero.
That's for each
So yeah,
was
sorry,
the
that
U?
was, 12,500 was from the U and 14,000 was from Crucial Learning.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was just a.
I thought
a
about that too,
typo.
and I forgot to ask you.
And that's for up to 30 people?
That's up to 30 people. Most of the other places that do classes like this, they kind of cap it at 20. They said they bring in the extra instructors for us so that we could do up to 30. I don't know that we'll have that many. We'll have 8 for sure from the station. And then whoever we can get from.
This is actually a really good price. I just finished negotiations through Harvard, and it's very pricey.
Yes.
I just did that last week and it was fabulous, and I think this is valuable for all county employees and elected officials and
Yeah, so whoever
having
we can
these
put in
crucial
there, I'd like to
conversations.
stack it in. They said they normally do about 20 people, and they said they bring in extra facilitators to allow up to that 30 for us. And I think if we can fill that 30, I think that's great for anyone that, yeah.
I will.
I mean, I think if we're going to do
Mandatory.
that, I don't think it becomes, well, if you'd like to, I think
Yeah,
department
you're
heads should
told.
be there, like, this is the core that's our leadership.
Yeah.
And even, I mean, even electeds should be like, we can't tell them they have to go, but that'd be a strong recommendation, like it'd be,
I think they'd be interested in going.
Yeah. Like I said, I've taken several classes like this in the past, just working leadership on the hospital level, and it was immensely beneficial, like just hugely beneficial.
And I think just in the last 2 years, just seeing how things come to a boiling point, and then next thing you know, you're across the table from Garrett. Like 4 of those conversations and his billable hours makes up for this. So,
100%.
so that is the request on the table, is to add this to the 2026 budget. And so I put it under my budget as another way of kind of forcing my department heads to go under professional and technical.
so you're asking for 7,500?
Correct. That's what the cost is.
So where's the 12,500 if you're?
So 12, so I made her get 3 bids or 3 quotes. They're not bids, they're quotes.
Yes.
So U of U is 12,500. The crucial something was 14,000. This one was 7,500. Oh, sorry. Click happy.
They have really great reviews online as well, and he did give us quite a discount just because with the
Are
fire
they
department and the county government.
local?
The company itself, whoever it is, like his name's Brad, that I've been talking to at COEM.
She wanted to know
Where
if
are
they're
they
local.
coming
Oh,
from?
sorry, are they local? They're from Salt Lake.
Oh, they are local.
Yeah. So we're not paying for travel. Normally they go internationally.
Yeah.
So we're not paying for travel. We're not paying for anything like that. He said he'd pay for his guys' food and for their gas, and so he's not even charging us for that.
I thought I saw in there that we had to pay for that in additional.
Anything above 30.
No, it is listed
It's
for
above
that.
30
No,
people.
there was a place
30
that said that we had
individuals?
to pay for travel and
Yeah, it's on under pricing
does not
structure. It's that
include the cost
second
of travel for the
paragraph.
session facilitator, shipping expenses of any additional third-party tools or resources.
So I can
They're
have
not
him
really
print that, and I
traveling,
can
right?
send that back out. But he
Oh, I
said
thought they were saying
since
that
they're
this-
local, then they're not charging us for travel
Yeah.
because they're coming up from Salt Lake.
It'd just be nice to see that on.
I'd imagine they'd send us a contract anyway.
Yes.
So
Oh, okay. You're talking about right here.
Yeah, right down there at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, I can have him add that, and if there's a contract, we can.
Well, there would be a contract
Specify.
this over 5.
So this wouldn't be done until next year.
January 27th?
January 27th is the date we're looking at. Where they have availability. They had a few dates left in January, and then they're booked out through a lot of the spring. That coincides with the captains were wanting to put in place. It takes into account their shifts at their full-time jobs so that they're available that day, and it'll be mandatory for them as well.
So we'll have to do a budget adjustment for this
Yes.
into the current budget.
26.
I meant the current 26 budget that we haven't approved yet, completely yet.
Correct.
The draft budget.
The last
Budget.
the last 2 have been, so this whole section is 2026 budgets.
Okay, I'll look for a motion.
Okay, I move that we approve the funding of the critical conversations class of $7,500 to be moved from the fund balance to professional and tech balance 10-4640-310-000.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Blocker and a second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Erica.
Can we kind of get an idea of how many folks we have that can attend that?
Well, I was also thinking if we'd we'd open it to our people first, and then if the city wanted to participate or the school district, if we had open seats, we could bill them for their seats.
It's like $200 a seat, right?
It said $325
So it is.
for additional over
For
30.
additional, yeah.
So
$1,000 a seat.
There you go. With a chicken sandwich too.
Ooh, there's a typo. This next one is the airport advisory board met and met the candidates that had already put their names in for the open board seat, and requested that I put before the commission an appointment of Chris Tremea for the open board seat with an expiring term of April 15th, 2029.
Okay. Any discussion on Chris? I think he's a great choice.
I do have one correction to the agenda. I typed in 58. It's actually resolution 54. Because I thought that I forgot that I had already written this once, and then they weren't ready to appoint.
25-54?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Resolution CR 25-54, appointing Chris Tremea to the open non-user seat of the Morgan County Airport Advisory Board per recommendation at its November 13 meeting.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Nickerson and a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. This next one is pretty simple as well. Where's my resolution? Okay. So this is just that admin fee that got added on top of the payoff for the enterprise fleet lease. So this is my budget adjustment for that additional $1,754.20 to pay off that fleet lease that you approved last commission meeting, or 2 commission meetings ago.
It's just great.
And you said this is the last
That's
fleet
it.
vehicle. This
That's our
is
last
done.
lease. Well, enterprise fleet lease. We still lease. We paid
Some
off the
dump
ambulance
trucks,
last
don't
year.
We still have a couple of dump
We have a
trucks
couple
and
of
some
dump
police
trucks,
vehicles.
and well, it's not a lease, but we have quite a hefty payment on the fire truck. But
Okay, I'll look for a motion on number 8.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the 2025 budget change of $1,754.20, moving from the services not otherwise classified to 10-4520-260-200 for the additional amount to pay off the enterprise fleet lease vehicle.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Newton, second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
okay, so we're jumping to F10 now because we've already done F9. Oh, well, I thought so, but where did my stuff go? Is it out of order? Oh my goodness. Well, as you know, Erica is now our emergency management director. Previously, we had Austin Turner. He was on the sheriff's URS. We have to have a resolution in order for Erica to stay on her, on the firefighter URS. They require a resolution for us to do that.
So will this be resolution 2555?
It is, nope, it's still 2559.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution CR 25-59.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Okay, so then I forwarded you guys this email. The conversation started, thanks Erica, drive safe. The conversation started with a COG meeting, not this last COG, but the one before, about them asking about a study with UDOT to do a crosswalk both on State and Young and State and 200 for all the issues we all know of the kids crossing the street to come to library and 4-H and stuff. In that conversation, Carrie responded back that because of several comments, about the need for a signal at the intersection of Trappers Loop and Old Highway. They performed a study and have decided to install a signal at that intersection. And this is the county's opportunity to submit concern of that project, should you have any.
I don't have any.
I think it'll be a great relief to the people over there when boats and everything else are trying to turn up that road. People are trying to get anywhere.
Yeah, it's a safety
I
issue.
mean, skiing. I
think that would make a
hate
lot
to,
of
I hate to say that we actually
Mountain Green
get a
residents
light
very
in this
happy.
county, but it needs to happen.
Take a second.
So it sounds like I'm good to tell them that commission supports it?
Yes.
Okay. They are gonna do a study here. They said it's unlikely that they will do 2 push-button crosswalks within a block of each other. So they will more likely either like split it and do it at the fire station, or they will do it at Young and State, because that's where our crosswalk guards are.
I'm assuming they're doing it at the stoplight too, with Trappers?
They're already putting that one in.
Okay.
They already did the study. It's already
No,
justified.
I mean the crosswalk and all that.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yep. But this is still in study, but they said they didn't want me going in thinking that we might possibly get 2. Like, you're going to get 1 if you get any. And so I believe, according to, not Carrie, but Ron, who's our region 1.
Oh, Rob.
White.
They did a study for the council 7 years ago and said they'd put it at the fire station, and the council said don't do it because no one will ever use it. Because people are not going to change their pattern of where they walk, so they're not going to come halfway down and then walk across, even though there's a crosswalk. They're just going to keep going where they're going to go. So
I think that's true. I don't think
do
they're
you
gonna
have any
come down.
feedback on if we had to pick one or the other?
I would do the Young Street.
I see more at Young Street, and I'm, because I live right here, but I also see all the kids. But the bulk of the ones that I see coming up 200, they're going to NEPCO. They're not then crossing the street and going.
But
some
ultimately, wouldn't
do.
that be a city thing, not a county thing?
It's a state road.
I know, but why are they consulting the county on where they put it rather than the city? Or are they consulting both?
I'm the one that brought it up because COG tasked me to do
Gotcha.
so.
Okay, that makes sense.
I know I'm not on COG, and yet I'm there. So, okay. So if you're good with me telling them, yep, we support the Mountain Green, and then if we had to choose, we'd be more supportive of the Young Street. That's all I needed. And Katie wanted to make sure you all got the notice about Senate Bill 202, which is the Board of Equalization training. I know you forwarded that on to me from UAC, so I'm assuming everyone already got it.
Yeah.
And saw it. And then we'll redo, I'll send that out after the first of the year for you guys to pick the dates of what training day and where you want to go.
So go back onto the crossing.
Crosswalk, yes.
Crosswalk out here. Why would we think it would be better here? Because that's only twice during the day. Down here, there's people moving all the time. At least when I've seen it.
Okay.
I'm just wondering.
And they're going to do a traffic study regardless and say how much people are traversing. What was the other thing? Oh, reminder, USAC is this week. Lovely conversation and meeting with Senator Curtis last week. But in that, I got a boatload of meetings scheduled for Thursday with all the people he's connected me and his staff have connected me with. So I will not be at Thursday's USAC, but I will be at Fridays. I sent you guys the agenda. Thursday's pretty heavy in taxation anyway, which I know like the back of my hand. So not too concerned with missing it. But I do like a lot of the topics that are Friday. So, okay. I did ask for a partial refund. I got told no. So they don't do refunds within 10 days. I'm like, well, if you had posted the agenda more than 10 days, I probably had a response for you then. So that is all I have.
Okay, we don't need a closed session, correct?
No, I do have one of the appraisals back, but that doesn't mean I've been able to connect with the developer, or I'm sorry, the property owner on potential purchase, and we have a meeting tomorrow with another potential. So it would probably be better served on the December 2nd meeting.
So if you're okay with this, could you take over and I can catch the tail end of my granddaughter's?
Sure. You left me the best part.
I know.
Do you have any comments before you leave?
Do you want to make any comments?
Yeah, I'll look forward to seeing all you guys down there Thursday and Friday. We'll spend a day and a half together. It'll be fun.
Okay.
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 Thank you. Thanks for everybody for
Thank you.
everything you're doing.
Enjoy your granddaughter's thing.
No.
Okay, Commissioner comments. Commissioner Blocker?
Yes. I was invited to the Northern Utah Economic Alliance Board meeting. And it was really interesting. And they would love to see Morgan and Cache County join. So what I was hoping is we could put together a work session. So Chris Roybal is the president of the Northern Utah Economic Alliance. And then also Davis County Commissioner and Weber County Commissioners said they could come to you and just help explain this to us, what it is, how it could benefit our county. I said, is there a cost for us to join this? They said, no, we really just want to get everyone together.
They told you no?
They told me no. Originally, they said there was a fee.
Yeah,
and now they said no.
They gave us a bid.
They gave us two different bids.
Yeah, they're like,
one
we just
3
want
years
you to
ago
join.
that was $40,000. Then the last one was 20.
Yeah, now
Now
it's
it's
Because
zero.
we've talked about it a few times.
If you keep telling them no, it'll go to zero.
Yeah, maybe.
So it seems
I
like
mean,
a
it's worth
good,
talking about.
good opportunity. And then along with that work session, if we could combine Stephanie Pack, she would like to come and talk about inland ports and possibilities in Morgan County as well. So we could do that, those two in a joint work session.
We did talk to the inland port folks a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Last
2
year at
years ago.
USAC.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't at USAC.
Not a
it was
lot of
different one.
opportunity in our county because we just don't have any space that's good for.
Yeah.
She was explaining some other thing.
But maybe they've got some new stuff.
Yeah, they've
I don't
got
know.
some new
It
stuff.
wouldn't
The
hurt
guys
to
we talked to
listen.
down there, they were like, "Yeah, you don't have enough acreage,"
Right.
and they weren't interested in even.
She seems pretty interesting, so
Yeah.
If she is great, maybe there's something new.
maybe, yeah. And then I went, they invited me to the Ogden Airport ribbon cutting, the new Ogden Airport.
Oh, yeah.
I've been there. That was really cool. But they want to hopefully make it the regional airport. Like they want, like you've got the Provo Airport that kind of services South Salt Lake, and then they want the Northern Region Airport. So they'd love for us to remind people you can fly in and out on Breeze, you know.
They there now?
Breeze has been there a while.
I thought there was another one. That was anyway. Breeze is in Provo too.
Right, Breeze is in Provo. So the more they get, then Breeze can add more flights.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, we had that great visit. Thanks for setting that up with Senator Curtis. Explain. Just to follow up with Snow Basin, we went up and met with them, talking with Davey. Their ask for the county is that when we talk to UDOT or anything like that, that we support and encourage UDOT to put in a state road where Strawberry is. They don't want the county to put it in, pay for it. They'd rather UDOT put it in and it be a state road, but they'd love the county to be behind it.
You just just off of Trappers
Off of
to access
Trappers.
the Strawberry Bowl.
Right. And Davey was saying eventually we'd like to put in a new lodge and do our ski school and sell tickets
In Morganside.
In Morganside.
That's all part of their development agreement too, is to do that.
So if it ever comes up, he says if the county is behind us on that, that would be huge. Oh,
I'd be
I
shocked
kind
if
of
the state would pay for that though.
well, they did for
They might.
Trappers.
They
And
talked about
the road that
because
goes
they
up there
have to
now.
have a secondary access for the Olympics.
Oh, well then good.
So we need to
That'd be awesome
say
if they do.
they want to bring 40,000 people a
They
day
actually
up
think
there.
there might be more
and
than
that will
40.
just be bottlenecked.
Oh yeah.
If they don't have another road. So
You don't have an interchange like that.
Yeah, in
Right?
conjunction
Boy.
with the Olympics, that makes sense too. That's
And sure, it's only for a month of time, but
yeah, but it'll be used forever after too.
yeah, it will be.
and then with COG, I'll let you address that since the
Either
rec
way,
is part of your portfolio. And I stopped by the library's 105th birthday party before the party, so I saw the decorations, but she did a good job. And yeah, I think that's it.
We do have an issue with lighting. Our parking lot lighting or non-existent.
So dark.
And we did have someone fall
Uh-oh.
leaving the party. So probably need to work on that.
That's part of the renovation.
I
of
also
this whole
noticed we
area.
don't have a light on that flag over at the library.
What?
It was dark because I stopped at the end of the party. I was there like the last 20 minutes of it, and there was no light on the flag over there. So we should check on that.
Okay.
Kate, should I get to you about that future work session?
Yes.
Okay.
I wrote it down, but you have the points of contact.
Is that it?
That's it.
Commissioner Nick?
I was just going to mention the library birthday party. Sounds like it was well attended. She said there was a couple hundred people that came through based on the people counter. So like a good successful event. Outside of that, I don't have anything to share. I don't think.
Okay. Commissioner Thacker?
Just a report on the visit. Senator Gersh, I think it went very well. I think of course, my favorite part, of course, is the creamery, but besides that, I like the tips, and I think we ought to consider the tips system in possibly even our new building, or the portion, the new addition possibly, if we do that. We ought to be considering that. Whoever goes and builds it might want to consider that, because it's less expensive than a regular construction.
It was pretty impressive to see that.
Cool, yeah.
Wasn't
It was really good to me.
When you see the normal stand-up concrete and you look at that, and it's like, really?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Great idea.
But it's a pretty neat project, and I appreciate Kate putting everything together for us.
Kim is awesome, and I want to adopt him. He's adorable. But apparently, Janet has won his heart because they're both Seahawks fans.
And then, I mean, the comments I got from Val Potter afterwards that he sent to me, that he says that the staff is very interested in everything that we got going on, and I guess you've got a lot more that you've been talking to his people about, which is great. And I appreciate him being here and coming here, and I'm glad that Commissioner Nickerson and I were able to go visit with him and say he needs to come to Morgan County, and not just meet us in another location, but actually come to the county. And I think that he will probably try to make a visit next year during the summertime so that we can take him on the river
Awesome.
and let him experience that, even though he probably gets all that kind of stuff. The other thing that both Vaughn and I went to on Friday, to that movie thing, Morgan County participation in the movie that the series that's going on, Marshals.
Oh, Marshalls?
Yeah. Why Marshalls? That was pretty interesting. They actually were doing some scenes, doing the official scenes, and we went and stayed for 3 of them, I think, 3 of the scenes, just to see what.
It was 3 takes.
Yeah, 3. They were the same ones, but it was very interesting, and I think it's one thing that we need to, not just within us, but within the public, is we need to be looking at areas that we can potentially have for movies, people to come here and bring in and do movies. The person that's over the movie, what was his, Josh was his name, do you remember?
Josh Harrison or something.
Yeah. Anyway, he says he's been to Morgan County, but he'd like to go to more places.
Yeah, I directly work with their site.
Okay.
Their site planner.
Okay.
And he's out of Park City, so.
Yeah. So anyway, they're happy to have Morgan County as one of their newest places. They say the nice advantage we have which is different than a lot of counties, is we are private.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, they can get onto places and do the movie without having to wait forever to get approvals to do things.
Yeah. Oh, they were drilling over Croydon.
They, yeah.
Come on up.
I was like, that'll be easy. There's 5 property owners.
So, sorry, yeah. And
I'm not
anybody-
branding myself with a Y though. Be on the show.
And if anybody wants to be an extra on any of their scenes or any of their episodes, just let us know and we'll get you in touch with them. So if any of the audience or public want to go and do that, that would be a fun thing. I know my daughter did on one. I don't even remember the film she was in, but she was in it over at Como. So anyway, that was a fun day. Trying to think if there was anything else.
I signed up to go to that.
I know your husband got.
Emergency surgery. But they said I could come another day, so.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, you can go over there and just make an appointment. We got to meet the person from Paramount. He calls it Paramount. No, how did he say it? It was kind of weird how he said it.
I can understand half what he was saying. Terrible. It was a hard
Yeah,
accent.
they've finished filming season 1, so they
Yeah.
won't be filming again. They said probably till the spring.
And they said that this season will come out on March 2nd.
But they're
So-
committed for 5 seasons.
So that means we get 5, a lot more here. So that's good. And in reality, it brings in, as they were saying, for every, what was it, $1 that we spend? No, $7 or something like that. Anyway, there was a return of 7 of some sort or another. So it was like a 1 to 7.
I don't know, they were all at Larry's.
Were they?
Even though I was like, you literally have professional chefs. That you fly in.
Instead of eating
They're all
sushi,
at
they're all
Larry's getting chicken
It's
strips.
good for them.
One
Yeah.
thing that they said, sorry,
Go ahead.
was that when they film in an area like this, they ask everybody to eat at the local places. Like go and buy the sandwiches or burgers or whatever it is. And so they're very much on like, kind of spend your money here, enjoy what's here. When we were there, it was like, man, there's a table this long, there's just sushi. I'm like, my wife would be going crazy right now. It was looked pretty good, but sorry, Blaine, I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. That's I mean, it was a great event for us to be at, and I was surprised that Kearns Boulevard was right there. I thought Kearns was over in town, so I went clear over there first. Anyway, that's about all I have for now.
All right. So I've got a couple of things. So with one was we had an update on or a report, I should say, on the car show at the airport. I guess he donated about $2,300 to the Mountain Green Fire Station from that. So he's hoping to make it bigger and do it again. They've learned a lot, and the airport board was quite pleased with how it all turned out. And I think the Mountain Green Fire Stations have to get whatever they can. So, so that there's with our airport. Where the airport lounge was, where people bought the Wilkinson's hangar, they actually came back to the airport board and was saying they would lease that little office space back to us at $800 a month. And I'm like, what do we charge them per month for their hangar? And it was basically the airport board says we don't need it. It was basically Joe used it as an office, and Dane said, he goes, I don't need an office. So they recommend not leasing that space. So if they do come before us, the airport board says they don't need it. So they're good without it.
Where is the manager going to be?
So who or where?
Where?
So his office, I'm assuming, is at his.
Joe is in his hangar now.
He was in his hangar. So Dane's will be at his house, which is just down the street from the airport. Dane is the new manager, yes. They're working on some crack sealing issues that they're having, so they're working with the state. Dane is going to be meeting with Craig Ide over with UDOT to kind of get up to speed with everything that's going on at the airport. Grants, money from fuel sales, all that. They did ask one question about the water shares for the berm, kind of where that is. They're trying to, did we get the water shares or is
Nope, I told them, I reached out to the 2 water companies that would service it, and they said, yeah, we'll sell you shares, but we don't have a pressurized system.
Okay.
So
Can we
I told the treasurer of the airport board that you find what you need and we'll buy you some shares, but I'm not buying shares just to buy shares, especially if you need a pressurized system and they don't have one.
So what about a slow water, flow that comes from where they flow off of their system, where all the cattails are up east or north, whichever direction it is? Joe knows of it.
Right.
But if we can by chance hook into that, because that's just excess water they throw off every day, and if we could hook into that, then we could actually soaker system or whatever, it would flow right down into the berm and take care of it. Just a thought.
Okay, so to COG, now I see why you left that one. So much. I'm just kidding. So the city kind of brought up the ramp tax and requesting basically an advisory board, just to kind of like what's going on, what's moving forward, where are we? We kind of was like somebody from obviously all parties. So the school district, the city, and again, it would just be a recommending board, kind of seeing what things are going. They did mention that, and I'm assuming it was you, Blaine, that brought up that if they do implement a ramp tax, it would be overseen by the county and they'd have no say. So I don't know if that was you or somebody else. I just know you were really heavily involved with the ramp
I was
tax.
quite heavily involved in it. Basically what it is since we accept the tax, because it is a county tax,
Right.
that we are the ones responsible for that. And yes, I think we need to have a ramp tax advisory board. I've been asking for that for a long time. And so, that would be a good thing to have.
Okay. So
Same with the rec board.
they would, and that was another one that we kind of brought up because it kind of runs together with rec. But basically, so they're requesting that we do put together an advisory board with all parties, because I guess they get some questions from the public, like where does this funding going, where's it going, and they're like, we don't know where it goes or what it is. So they would like to get an
So is that
advisory
a
board. Now,
task to
it did
study?
say, Raylene, you can maybe, what was it?
No.
Oh.
Is that a task to staff?
Is that a task? But I can't do that myself. So,
Okay.
I'm just bringing it out. That is something that they would,
Is what
they
we
would like.
talked about at COG 2 months ago was if we do that, since all parties are already at COG, can we make the COG group also, like, just like you guys entered into Board of Equalization, can they enter in at the end of COG or beginning of COG as the rec, ramp, whatever board?
Only thing I would say on that is you've got transportation in there, and ramp has nothing to do with transportation.
They could. But it's just like this. I mean, if we move into BOE, it's. They just wouldn't
I
have to
think
say that.
I think we ought to have public involved in it besides just elected.
Well, and that was something that did come up, is like having input from the public as far as where do we want the rec to go? What are the desires? So not just, and as I was going to be going through this, that was one thing, is having basically all stakeholders kind of be involved and just kind of direct where we're going with it all. Again, that was, we oversee the tax. It's up to us. Raylene did look up the state statute, and there is no requirement, if I recall. I will bring it, because we met last night, and he says, I will, in our comments, we'll make sure that that gets brought up. Where do we want to go with this? What do we want to do? So as a commission, let's think about that. Maybe we could put that on the agenda for next meeting, if everybody wants. We can.
Is it for ramp and rec or ramp with rec?
I would say ramp with rec. I think they're kind of intertwined. That's my opinion. I don't know about.
Well, we're spending $200,000 of the ramp tax for recreation, so.
My goodness.
I'm totally fine with that. Like, I don't care if we do a board, but we need to write up some bylaws for that board.
And that's what.
Decide who's gonna be on there and that sort of thing, anyway. And I would be cautious about giving a lot of seats to certain entities, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think.
And I think
We'll
the-
just
the-
need to make sure it's clear that this is advisory.
Yes, and that it is advisory, because that's the other problem that we had in the past. So when I first got on the commission, we had a recreation board, because it was right at the time that they did away with the old way of funding it, which was the county put in 30,000 or
Oh, it's the 44, 44,
40,
12.
yeah. We put in a chunk, city put in a chunk, and the school district put in a chunk, right? And they had a totally separate board that was kind of managing things. It was messy, I'll just say that. So we definitely don't want to get back into that. We don't.
And I did say in there, I says it would be advisory, like, and I brought up the airport board. It's like their job is to look at it, they advise, and then it ultimately lands at the commission. So it'd be advisory only. Their thought was like one person from the city, a person from the school district, somebody from the county. So not like a giant board, something. And again, it's I think it falls on us. We can write it how we want. They would like to have the board ultimately. So, okay.
Especially if the person with the school district's going to advocate for us over there instead of us just paying them more money every time. Be happy with that.
One thing that they didn't bring up at COG was the COG working group, the RPO. One of the reasons, basically, all of the asks coming from the county are maintenance, and they would like to see it be more of infrastructure, new stuff. So, like I brought up, the curb and gutter sidewalk over by the airport, is that something on the other side of the road? And they're like, exactly, things like that. Now, one of the downsides is there's not a lot of county property. So what are projects? And I brought that up just like, we don't have a lot of county, our big needs are maintenance. And so, but where are we gonna put them? We don't own the property. So.
You don't own the property.
But, and COG did help pay for the one over at the fairgrounds.
And
We
we'll
did.
have the new extension for Pitt Smith.
Correct. So those are things, again, as we go into that coming in January, what are some good things? Because the city was like, everything you're asking for is maintenance. What are some things? So Kent Smith Park, trail, the fairgrounds, or wherever we want to do, but what are some other
I
ideas?
get
other
them
than
saying that, but what is it the city's business whether we ask for maintenance money or ask for infrastructure money? I mean, at the end of the day,
Ty was more like, hey, the city feels bad, what kind of thing.
Yeah, and
Taking
his
most
was
of
like-
the money, what's something the county needs. I
The
think
way
was
that
his
they're,
point.
yeah,
Okay.
he's wanting us.
it was not, okay, I see what
It
you're
was-
saying. Yeah.
Bring us ideas.
Gotcha,
That's
that
good.
makes more
Yeah,
sense.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying
Yeah, because there's only so much we can spend on
The county's-
maintenance versus
The
infrastructure.
county's asks are usually down here.
I mean, most of our infrastructure is done by developers. I mean, we don't do,
that. And I think that's our problem is
we don't build sidewalks like the city does that,
or like the alleyway or things like that that they've been doing.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it's just the way that they prioritize things. The maintenance stuff gets pushed way to the bottom versus new infrastructure, new construction type things.
Can you give me a report on that trail going from State over to Island Road? Have they got anything going on that yet?
I haven't heard it.
It's gonna go right.
It's on the. I want to say it's on the list. I'd have to find that
I
list.
was gonna say it's
where
on
it
this
is.
side of the river. You know that.
And I
Oh,
think
you're
it
saying
ties-
like next to Tractor Supply and
Yeah. I think
along their pond
I think
that
it
they're
ties into
building?
the fish
Right in
pond.
there between that. I'm just kind of.
That's years out.
So I know it's on the list, but
I know they would want
Anyways.
some support with that, so I'm just.
They got the funding, it's just years out.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, they just got the money for the pond, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, good.
I think that was all I really had. Just COG and airport. They canceled our Board of Health meeting last time, so I've got another one next week. So that's all I've got. There's nothing else.
Mr. Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second, if you want it.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.